Have you
Going to find us a nice little bit of music. There we go.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Here we are. Hello, everyone. Hello, 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 and welcome to the stream. We are going to be finishing out Silent Hill Homecoming, and then we are going to be doing a nice little wrap up of Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill Homecoming by going over the monsters, going over the story, and just really deep diving into the lore of the two Silent Hills that we have played so far. I'm hoping to make this a regular thing as we keep going through each of the Silent Hills, where we will have just a little wrap-up stream. But with that being said, would you two like to say anything?
Hi. Hello.
Sorry, that got loud very quickly. I apologize. But yes, Bee and Doodle are here. They're going to be watching me try and finish out this game. Probably going to be bullying me as per usual. And then we are going to be talking about the monsters. So, without further ado, it's been quite a while since the last stream of Silent Hill Homecoming. So just a little last time on Dragon Ball Z for you. We basically found out that, you know, our mother, our father, they've both been killed at this point. Our entire town was part of a cult that was in, you guessed it, Silent Hill. And yeah, children were supposed to be sacrificed from the 4 founding families, but we weren't. And that really bothered them, which made it to where Shepherd's Glen was retaken by Silent Hill. And Judge Holloway, yeah, she's not having a good time. She found out very quickly that, you know, don't go for the thigh when you're trying to, like, I guess, take someone out with a drill.
She's just sleeping.
Oh yeah, she's just sleeping with the drill. Right there. Yeah, she's fine. She's fine.
It's her comfort item.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point. You know, I get tired sometimes, you know, and I just sleep with my eyes open and screaming and, you know, blood. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's where I need to go. So, or is this where I need to go? That's the only thing. Like, I always feel like my gamer instincts. I don't know if you guys are the same way. I always want to like look everywhere. And then I get so worried that I'm not going to be able to go back and see if I choose the right path.
You should see how many times I opened my map in Silent Hill 2. I know. I gotta go through every little corridor, sometimes twice, just, you know, for safe measure.
Oh yeah, because you might miss something. You might miss some lore or... Oh, I need a key. but you might miss
Or
some
like
lore.
one single item.
Yep. And it's always going to be that like one, especially in a Silent Hill game, it's always like that one item that you need. It's just in a random like place. Oh, whoops. I gotta remember how to get my... Oh, there it is. Yeah. Let's see if I can remember how to fight. I don't. Yeah. All right.
Oh my god. Is that the jockey from Left 4 Dead? Not the jockey, the hunter. That's the hunter.
This guy?
I was about to say, who's riding who?
What?
Who's getting ridden?
No, because it's so dark, he just had like the same silhouette of the hunter.
Oh.
Definitely not the jockey.
I was like, wait a minute, what? Are we
a little
playing
like
two
gremlin
different...
grabbing on your
Yeah.
I was like, we're playing two different games here. Wow, this... Whoa.
Oh,
A
There's the jockey.
Ratatouille moment.
Hey, but I'll take
Remy,
that.
is that you?
Yeah, Wow, that's some weak ass glass. Oh my god! My man takes his job seriously. Ah! He hit the guy instead of me.
Maybe not too seriously then.
Get stabbed. Got him. I am an unstoppable machine. I will find my brother.
What if you found out that his brother wasn't real?
Oh yeah, it was just completely made up.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be amazing, honestly. It's just like, it's like the dad, like right at the end, he was just like, you know, he's like, son, you know, you weren't in the military, you idiot. You were in the mental hospital. And he's like, what? It's like, I just love it if it was just like, I'm looking for Joshua. He's like, who the f is Joshua?
This whole thing was like the coma trope. He's been in a coma the whole time. Oh, you have to wake up.
Oh god. Okay, so there is something that I'm going to want to talk about, like when we go over the reviews and all that. What is your opinion on that trope, by the way? Like it was all a dream, or it was a coma, or something like that.
I don't mind it if it's well done. Honestly, I feel like anything can be used again, even if it's like kind of overused, if there's a creative take on it.
Yeah.
So, I don't mind it, as long as it's done really well.
Well, I mean, like, there was, like, one of my favorite games of all time, which is getting an actual release because it wasn't quote-unquote officially released for, like, all platforms before. And its whole premise revolves around something like that. Like, I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to go into too much detail. But, there is, like, a game that I know that does it extremely well. And I can say, like, I'm with you that if it's made right, I think anything can be used, like, to make a good story. But if it just seems like you've made, like, this whole world where it's, you know, this is this, this is this, you know, you put all this detail into it, and then it's just, yeah, it just turns out you were in a coma. I can see how that could get annoying.
Yeah, but I think the correct way to do it is, like, there are hints to it the whole way down. So if you pay really close attention, you can start to catch on.
Yeah.
Or, like, it leads up to it. Like, their world starts, like, unraveling as it gets closer to revealing that it's a coma or a dream or whatever.
Yeah. No, I can agree with that. I wish I could see. I don't know about y'all, but it is dark on my screen.
Open your eyes.
Oh, I didn't think about
I
that.
think your eyes are just
Oh.
closed.
There's my flashlight. You're right. Kill him? Why? Just because I killed your leader?
Yeah, it's a little excessive if you ask.
I don't know. Also, who's signing your paychecks now? Why are you even this mad? You're dead. No, I'm not. Look at you. You have not gotten one hit on me. You want some? Tra! Wow, I'm strong. Yeah. Come here. Oh, I'm charging this up for you. He just teabagged me.
Perhaps.
Also, by the way, going by like the lore of this game, these are just civilians, by the way. These were just townsfolk that got like brought in and they were just like, hey, you're gonna either die or fight for me, you know, by the judge and all that. Why are they still fighting me?
Yeah,
Shouldn't
they could just mind their business.
Oh, Elle's dead.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I was
They,
gonna
they
say,
don't have to fight.
I was gonna say, shouldn't they be like, oh, oh,
Oh,
oh, what happened? Oh, there we go. It was a cutscene. We're good. I was like, game crash, game crash, game crash. Oh yeah, that'll stop him. Curtis, stop. I gotta say, my man's got a face for this.
the evil face?
Yeah. Like, I feel like there's some people
Yeah.
that just have that, like, evil face.
Like
Oh,
me.
You do. You do got the evil face. Let me see.
I have the evil upturned smile, like the little curl, like the Grinch.
Oh, God.
My eyebrows are very downward angled.
Are you just the Grinch?
I do happen to be green.
Oh, I mean,
No
you are,
way.
you are a swamp creature bee, so.
Anyway, I'm gonna steal Christmas. You guys in?
Period.
No, not Christmas.
Oh, I'll be Max. I'll be the dog.
Yeah, I love that dog. My reindeer, sorry.
You're the dog with the reindeer antler.
Yeah.
I can't remember. What is the name of that dog?
Max.
She just said that.
Oh, whoops.
What the flip?
Sorry, Curtis is coming at me with like a circular saw, and I'm so afraid of him. As I
Yeah.
just keep shooting him.
I bet he regrets bringing a circular saw to a gunfight.
Oh! Nice!
He didn't stand a chance.
He did not, especially with 9 bullets in the head. I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna cut his throat just to be sure.
That was uncalled for.
No, we're fine, we're fine. That's standard military protocol. Hello? Ah, we're good.
There it goes again.
This is an old game. Gotta give it its slack. I knew there'd be stuff in here. It's like, oh, you want to run away, don't you? Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Not beat, Bob. What up, Curtis? Can I take that circular saw, please? I feel like it would come in, like, real handy. Alright, none in here. I'm just epic, and I keep that thing on me. Keep up, stay strapped. Alright, Elle. Where are we going? Oh. Oh yeah, this. That is something that I noticed in like a lot of games, like from this generation. There was always the whole concept of you need to protect this person, and they just don't do anything.
Yeah, me personally, you're on your own. I can handle this hellscape.
Exactly.
Can you?
For me, oh, I said that. I was like, who said that? Just Alex just finally having like a mental breakdown after all of this crap.
I wouldn't blame him.
Oh yeah, he had a gun. Whoops. Ow.
You just just got shotgunned in the face and you're just fine?
Yeah.
Is that a shotgun?
No, that looks more like a
can't tell, it's
rifle.
dark. Oh yeah, I guess it is.
You, did you just hit me with a... Oh, by the way, Elle, you know, you could do something. I don't know. Just take my gun?
Oh, that's your business.
Ow! My man's giving me lead poisoning with a pipe. There we go. Where were you, Elle? Just... I don't know. I feel like you could have picked up a rock. Just... I don't know, just something. No. I mean, they had that in like Resident Evil 4 with Ashley. Like Ashley just didn't do anything and I always wondered why. Like, couldn't she pick up a gun, a knife, a spoon?
Have you ever played Resident Evil Revelations 2?
I have not.
I actually really love that game, but it's a multiplayer game.
Right.
Each one of you gets a different character with different abilities. One of you is Claire. You got a gun. And the other one is, I don't remember her name right now, but she is afraid of guns.
Oh.
So you cannot use a gun in the game. But you get like a crowbar as a melee weapon and you get a flashlight. So while you cannot shoot things, the crowbar has a mechanic where you can like stun things. And to make it easier for the other player to kill them. You can also like kill them with the crowbar while they're already knocked down.
Oh.
So you're not like completely
Useless.
like left out of the game because oh I don't have a gun. Like they added a fun mechanic to it, and it actually like gets you to play together a little bit more. And the flashlight, something silly in that game is
Okay.
You can like shine the flashlight around the room and like focus it on areas and find hidden collectibles with it. So like shine it behind a desk and something will sparkle and you go get it.
Oh.
Bullets. Go get it, it's healing stuff. It's a pretty fun game.
I'll have to give it a try.
Should.
Well, Wheeler, it was nice knowing you.
Ratio.
He's still alive. Would someone like to please do the like anatomical math? Yeah, of course we're gonna give him the med kit. There you
He's
go.
too far gone though.
Yeah,
He's making it.
I don't think a bandage is gonna help.
Look at him. Look.
Respectfully.
We took all of those bad knives out, those unwashed knives.
Ooh,
We put
I
some
don't-
band-aids on, and he's fine. Look.
I don't think you're supposed to pull them out if you're not at like a hospital because you'll just bleed out.
Nah, I was in the military. I know what I'm doing. Look at him. Isn't he just... Look, he looks great.
You can't even unhandcuff him.
No, why would we uncuff him? He might
I'm
hurt
just gonna
himself.
leave him there too.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave.
You just like poured a little rubbing alcohol in there and you're like, all right, buddy, I'll better see you later.
Good luck.
No, wait, never mind. Wait, we're being smart. We're sending Elle, the person who can't fight, to protect Wheeler, who had, I think by my count, 5 stab wounds. Now profusely bleeding out.
Well,
You know,
good luck.
yeah, y'all be fine. Y'all be fine. Didn't even give him a weapon either. Well, I guess there's 5 knives that she could choose from that she could use to protect herself. Oh god, are we gonna fight Eddie? That's a Silent Hill 2 reference right there.
I'll kill you or whatever he said.
Well, I remember in the like original, he actually would like burp, like when you hit him, he'd be like, "Bleh."
Oh my god. They made him so gross in the remake though.
Oh god, you know, you
Sickening.
like I made the post that we were like doing this, you know, that we were going to be finishing up Homecoming and we were going to be reviewing like the monsters and story of Homecoming and 2. And I was like, I want to put a GIF with it, you know, something to like catch the eye. And the first one that came up was Eddie. Like, I think this one was for Blue Sky. It was Eddie eating the ice cream with his bare hands in the movie theater. Oh, God. I think you could go back in my, like, stream. It should be uploaded. But watching that, I remember I was like, ugh, why? Like, he's probably touched so much, like, bad stuff. And I'm pretty sure there's no soap in Silent Hill.
Ugh. That's
Just-
like the grossest part of the game to me, is literally just him slurping that stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can watch like the monsters, the scary stuff and all that, but that was just gross. Also, by the way, as I have played this before, are y'all ready for the final boss? Because we're almost there.
Yeah. I don't actually remember the final boss because I played when I was a kid.
It's be ready. It's a prescription pad from Dr. Fitch. He must have stood there during the last ritual. Okay. Okay. Where's my... Oh, yeah, I gotta move this around. I'm gonna say we're getting close. All right, let's see. Gonna turn this around. I'm pretty sure I have to get the symbols lined up. I gotta get the doctor's... Let's see. What is the doctor's symbol? Because he was the doctor. I gotta figure out what the other two were. Then turn the inner ring. No, that's not what I wanted to look at. No! Okay. Let's see. Got to be smart about this. I think that's where I came in. No, which is not. Let's see. Never mind. Alright. Gotta figure out this puzzle. That turns the outer ring. Turn the inner ring. It'd probably be the person, I would think, you know, for a doctor. Eh?
I don't know.
Let's say if he's standing here. Let's see, we can figure this out. I wish I could remember like all the stuff that like went into this, because I used to like remember like all the answers to these,
Yeah.
but my brain my processor has become dumb over the years.
It's just a little outdated.
Yeah, I need an upgrade. Speaking of which, here comes Saturday.
Yeah. So excited.
Me too. Let's see. Okay, there's probably like a, what's it called? Oh. The bug.
Yeah, that'll do
Let's
it.
see, there's the bug. That is the... Let's see. That's a coat of arms. That goes there, and... A coat of arms. All I'm seeing is the bug. Oh, I guess that is the one that's lined up with Fitch. Oh, wait, that's a shield. Alright, so Fitch's is right here. Oh no, it's not a bug, it's the coat of arms. I thought it was a bug. Let's see. Oh. I have to unlock a stone pillar.
By stabbing it?
Yeah. My ceremonial dagger is actually a key. Huh. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that, the family shepherd, which is my family. Don't you wish like all keys were like this? They double as daggers.
No.
Or is that just me?
Because I know I'd hurt myself. Because now I don't have a key ring, I have a blade ring, and then I'm just gonna injure myself every time I dig in my bag.
You'd be swinging your like key blades around. Keyblades. We're going to Kingdom Hearts. Just swinging them around like on your finger as you think.
Yeah, then I cut my finger off.
That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make to have keyblades.
You don't even have fingers.
No, I don't. Which is why I can say these things. Okay, so now we can see what it is. The family Fitch, it's the eye. Right, so that's his symbol is the eye. So the eye is only on the outside, so we're gonna have to get that over here. Wrong button. There we go. Okay, so the eye is lined up for Fitch. And now, what is his inner one? Let's see. We could just figure this out by trial and error.
Eventually, you'll spin it right.
Oh yeah. Hey keyboard, how you doing? Oh, we did it. Big brain, big processor.
Lots of thought just happened in there.
Alrighty. That's my body. So I have to adjust it. I have to stretch it out. That is my chassis. I don't know why.
Say that word.
Hmm?
You can't say that word.
What, chassis?
It's not family friendly.
How is that not family friendly?
Inappropriate.
Inappropriate.
Mhm.
Nasty.
Uh-huh. Y'all are just weird.
Yeah, and what about it?
That's on you for inviting us.
Yeah, you know what? That is on me. Chassis sound like oh.
Exactly.
Literally. You gotta stretch that toasty.
No. What button am I supposed to use? Because no other button is working. Let's see. Select, rotate, back. Every other button only spins it this way.
They really have to do all these intricate puzzles.
They do,
This is
apparently.
crazy.
Alright, let's see. Maybe
What
it's...
if I just like knock on the door and someone lets me in, you know? I feel like that'd be pretty nice.
You see,
And
I
then
would
they-
think so
it's to
too.
the boss and they bonk you on the head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on in. Want to know more about Mosalina? I want to keep as like unknowing about it as I can, just so I can Oh, it's 2-player? Ooh. Might be finding somebody to stream with. I really hope the game isn't bugging right now, because it's not letting me choose anything else besides just spinning this one. Oh. I don't know how I did that. And I did that. Okay.
Congratulations.
We are so lucky with that, because legitimately, I was like, I have no idea how I went to the outer ring. I guess I just got the inner ring right, just on principle. And now...
Mm-hmm. The stress of it freezing every time you go to a new area and there's a cutscene.
No.
Not a fan of it.
Oh yeah, you want to talk about that, huh? I've been like, oh, every time. Sacrificial altar for the Fitch family. Must be the altar where Dr. Fitch put Scarlet after he dismembered her. There are 4 names on the plaque. Theodore, Rose, Rusty, Scarlet. Ugh. Oh, those are my footsteps. I was like, something's here. Bartlett. Beware Mario Bartlett after burying his child alive. Ellen, Charles, Patricia, and Joseph. And I think that's the shepherd one, so I'll wait for a sec for that. The Holloway. Nora, where she suffocated her. There's Anne, Ernest, Lawrence, and Nora. I couldn't read Lawrence for a moment. And the shepherd. Daniel, Thomas, Rebecca, and Alex. That's so crazy. My last name is Shepherd. Whoa. My name is Alex Shepherd. Shh. See.
What's the matter?
Get dressed.
What are you doing here, Alex? That freak if he finds out.
Give that to me. Someone will see us.
No!
It's okay. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you.
No. I like how it added the extra O's.
Mm-hmm. No.
Why are we here, Alex? What's going on?
What's the matter? You scared?
Oh no, I'm cool. It's just... Dad never lets us out on the lake.
No, I'm cool. I'm cool.
Not you, anyway. Dad thinks you're a little baby who can't do anything on his own.
Ooh.
Oh yeah? Then why'd he give me this?
What is that?
That's Dad's ring. But he told me not to show you, so I guess that makes me cooler.
Told me not to show
Let me
you,
see
so
it.
I'm gonna show you.
No!
What a piece of crap.
It's not. It's worth more than $1 million. That's why Dad gave it to me.
Ooh.
Give that back! Give that back! Come on!
Josh! Josh!
Dare I say ratio?
Yeah. There he is.
Do you know what you've done? It was an accident.
My dad, an ugly motherfucker.
This
I'm
is
not gonna lie.
the way it's supposed to be. I chose you. Now you've ruined it for all of us.
He's okay. He's right. He's like, no. I can save him. I can save him. I can save him. He's okay.
So we know where Josh is now. And we had what was called a mental break.
This reminds me of something, actually. Perhaps one of the other Silent Hill games, maybe.
No, no, no. No, this is totally different. This is Homecoming.
Looking for someone and then finding out they're dead and it's your fault. But you
Yeah.
forgot, because you're just that silly.
Yeah, but this is different. This is my brother.
Of course, of course. And this one, to be fair, was accidental.
Yeah. This was like one thing that I really liked about this game was like when that big reveal happened, I was just like, Oh, wow. Oh, by the way, y'all ready?
I'm looking. Oh. Edward Scissorhands. Oh. Oh no.
The Amnion.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
what y'all think of the Amnion?
It's actually really cool, I'll be honest with
Thank
you.
you.
I just hate it.
Oh yeah, no. I absolutely hate it.
That's
I think
disgusting, horrifying creature.
I'm here for it though. Ah, god dang it. Keeps attacking. I wish I had guns. I used them all on Curtis. Oh god. I forgot that it does like a big ground pound basically.
It's got a lot of legs it has to. That's like a video game rule.
Here it goes. Ah! Aha, dodged it. Ow. Aha. Ow.
I
Like
hate
that I do
it's
it-
like puking up the whole time.
Yeah. I think I need some drugs. Aha. Come here. I remember like seeing this thing for the first time. I saw this first as a kid, by the way. Just seeing this
Yeah.
like obviously supposed to be like pregnant looking spider monster. I was like, "Ah."
Well, they did well with unsettling.
They did.
Somehow I don't remember this. I played it when I was a kid too.
Yeah.
It's just gone. I had to wipe it from my memory.
Hey, Doodle, did you also play this as a kid? Or are you well adjusted?
Define well adjusted.
Did you get to experience the Amnion as a child?
No, I've never seen that name before.
That's a man.
Who is this man?
Who is he?
Ugh.
Digimon.
This is actually my favorite Pokemon.
Oh yeah. The favorite one. Amnion. The fight's over, right? Nope. Round
No,
two.
it's getting worse.
Oh yeah. Well, B, you know Silent Hill, it's gotta get worse. This kind of looks like a Digimon. What Digimon have you been watching, Keyboard? If I saw this, like, I didn't watch Digimon as a kid. I was too busy watching the Amnion. Uh-oh! Damn, how am I alive? Ow.
I kind of thought she was gonna teabag you there for a second.
I was so worried about what it was going to do to me, I didn't even try and think what was it going to do. Health kit. Aha! Ow! Not the backhand! Yeah, no, on the list of like unsettling Silent Hill monsters, Amnion has got to be up there for me.
Yeah, gotta agree.
No, not the pipe! I don't want the pipe! I like speed! Oh, it's gonna hurt. Ah! Get up! Get up, Alex! We've got to find our brother, remember? I bet Amnion's got him. Oh, god dang it. It's hard to like time to like dodge this just right. Amnemon. All right, let's heal and think. All right. Oh, there's no way you could grab me from that angle. Uh-huh. Oh, I am so like spoiled by Dark Souls and like Elden Ring dodge mechanics that I'm just like, oh yeah, I can just iframe through this. But this game, it's like, it doesn't matter if you're dodge rolling. If you're getting hit, you're getting hit. backhands you cutely. Name one thing about this thing that's cute.
Its belly is kind of cute.
What?
No, it kind of weirds me out a little bit. Pregnancy
Its
is,
legs.
yeah, pregnancy's gross. However, I like the robot legs. I would pay for some of those.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind having legs like that. It's hair. It has hair? A dude got accordion face.
Zoom, enhance,
Oh,
enhance.
actually, the accordion face is a little cool too. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, that is very cool,
Oh,
but I wouldn't say it was cute.
Nice, cute.
Charge it up. Maybe amnion is the reason why, like, there are some people that are like, pregnancy scares me. Did you never see the amnion? There we go.
It does have a good personality.
Oh, I'm sure it
Probably.
does.
When it's not being murderous. Oh. Oh.
First try. Told you amnion had Josh. Was his brother just bored? You type that out, keyboard. You gotta live with that now. But technically, yes.
Never meant for this to happen. Here, buddy. Take this. God.
Yeah, it's called drama. See, I think this is why. Is his brother dead? Yes, his brother is dead. So we're gonna go over it in the, like, when this game is over, we're gonna be going over Silent Hill, like, 2 and Silent Hill Homecoming, its story and the monsters, and just having a nice little, like, talk about it, you know, for however long it was. I thought there was a little bit more left to the game, so might be a short stream today when we get done, or if we just want to talk and maybe go to Minecraft if we want to just hang out there. But
Word.
yeah, no, his brother is dead. Did you download Mussolini? Not yet. I've been doing a lot of work getting ready for the debut of Bebop Love 2.0, so I haven't had a chance yet. But don't worry, it's coming.
You're okay.
Yeah, I think so. Oh,
Oh, give me the plant then. Find me plant.
what did you see in there?
What are you covered in? Oh, but be ready though, keyboard. Starting Saturday, may not be looking like this anymore. And that is the end of Silent Hill Homecoming. Have you told you look like Eva? No, I have not actually. So, that's a new one. But that is the end of Silent Hill Homecoming. Again, still one of my favorite of the Silent Hills. I would not mind if it got the same treatment as 2 and got a nice little remake. Because it was...
If I think it'd be a cool remake if they changed around a little bit of the mechanics of it.
Oh yeah, no. That's what I was going to like get at, because the worst part about this game, in my opinion, is the mechanics. Like trying to do the dodge and everything. It's supposed to be like, oh yeah, you're being like, you know, really tactical and everything, but it didn't. No, I did answer it. I said I hadn't yet. I said I've been busy doing other stuff, getting ready for the, what's it called, the debut, but I am going to. So yeah, the only thing it was the mechanics for me. Like, I love the monster design. I love the level design. I love the story. Like, I know it's like there's the, you know, like you said, the whole thing about how, you know, oh wow, this is somebody going to Silent Hill and they found, you know, somebody that turns out they themselves were the one who killed accidentally and all of that. But I think the thing that got me the most about this, like one reason I really like this, was that it felt different from 2 in the idea that you could kind of understand like what was going on with Alex more than you could with James. Because James, to me, it felt like he wasn't repressing what he did to his wife in a way. Like, it felt more like he was going through the shock of it, you know? Like looking back at everything that's going on, because he's trying to like, he makes Maria, you know, he makes all these things that make him like to be punished. It's like he knows it in the back of his head. Alex, on the other hand, it felt exactly like a whole, you're alone, like you messed up and so badly that your brain completely got rid of it, you know? Because he had no idea what was going on with Josh. Like, James the whole time is like talking about how he's like, oh, I'm looking for my wife, I'm looking for Mary, have you seen her? He knew she was dead. I mean, he even says it to people. He's like, oh well, she's dead, but I got a note. And so, like, it's nothing against 2. I still love 2. 2 is one of my favorites still. I'm just saying like the difference between the 2 for me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say,
And 1 is a lot more, I guess understandable than the other 2, because, oh my gosh, you fight with your siblings. I fought with my siblings a billion times. That doesn't mean I ever expect to kill them.
right.
Which is a lot more understandable than, I'm sick of my wife.
Yeah.
Let me smother her.
Yeah, let me get the pillow and like cock it like a shotgun, like Patrick did.
Which is also a fun thing, because while it is bad, and that's why bad things happen to him in the Silent Hill, it's also like there's some sort of like weird middle ground between, like, I don't know, it adds some like gray area to the games of like, do they deserve to be punished, or are they just being punished?
Right. Because
I don't think he deserved it,
no.
but a lot of the punishing is also punishing yourself, so he's doing that to himself.
Right. And I do believe that like a good difference between the 2, one that does bring up a lot of like controversy between the 2 like types of games, is the fact that people have talked about how this Silent Hill, one reason they don't like this one and they don't like Origins, and I think in a way, I think 3 was always accepted, even though they kind of went the same route, which was they started to focus on the cult of Silent Hill. You know, they started to focus on the cult of what they did and how there was a whole faith, a whole religion based around it. And I know that a lot of people really didn't like that, because it
I
kind
do
of
like that.
Hmm?
I do like that, to
See,
be honest with you.
Same. Because it's actually showing you that there's like a depth to it. It's not this like, I do like the unknown. This unknown thing that's in this land that's like messing with it. But there's also the whole like, where's Valtael, Pyramid Head, all these different monsters that are representative of the cult itself. And it's just, I always thought it was really cool, especially the idea of, for this one, Shepherd's Glen being a group of people who just wanted to leave. They're like, here, let's just leave. Like, we're not going to spread Silent Hill's thing around. We're going to take it upon ourselves to just make a new place. Just a new place where people can live. No more cult, no nothing, but we will bear the burden. The 4 families will bear the burden of sacrificing their own children for normalcy. Which is really messed up, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also kind of interesting. It's really like, what's the word? It's understandable because, you know, someone could like I could see someone doing that, being like, let me bear the sacrifice. Let us
Yeah.
bear the sacrifice so that this whole place can live, right?
And I like that, so like it adds these little bits of lore about like the cult and stuff, but it doesn't give you much information about like the overarching like how Silent Hill works. So it leaves a lot up to imagination and like speculation still, which makes it still scary. Because over-explaining things does kill things, but it does not do that. It tells you about this particular story, but you still have to fit in pieces of how that fits with everything else.
Exactly. Because there is like so many times in Silent Hill. I am so sorry, by the way, Doodle, that like we're kind of like talking about all this stuff, and I know you're not
No,
really.
I'm just here to listen
Yeah.
to
Okay.
it.
I'm sorry if
I
like
think it's
if
interesting.
it feels like we're just going back and forth, but also I don't know, B, if you got the same impression as well from the other games where the cult is like prevalent. It never feels like the cult actually has a lid on the jar. Like, it never feels like they are in control of it, you know?
Oh, not at all, no.
It's
It's more like, what it feels like to me is like fanaticism. Like they are obsessed with this thing they can't control.
right. Because it's like, there's multiple times, like throughout Silent Hill, like not to spoil any of the other Silent Hills, because I do intend on playing them, but there are multiple times where it's just like, oh, I know I know how to bring forth basically God to the land, you know? And it's like, okay, so you know how to do it. What's going to happen? It's like, well, from what we think is going to happen, it's like, wait. You don't know what's going to happen? It's like, well, we think it'll happen like this. And it's like, so you're just flying by the seat of your pants now.
This is a bit of, I'm aware, kind of like reaching a little bit, but in that way it does feel kind of like Lovecrafty to me, because in those they're always like, yeah, we're gonna summon this ancient god. Why?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, for what? Like, it's like he will bring about the revolution of like the new age of like darkness and insanity. And I'm like,
Okay, and you're gonna die.
yeah, like what are you doing here, bud? It's like, it's if
But the obsession drives them anyway.
right. Like, I'd have to say, in my opinion, I think the one that does it best in representation of the cult's mindset, I'm just going to put my chips down on 4. I think 4 did it the best, in my opinion. Because you know the plot of 4 with Walter and everything.
Yeah.
I think that one did the best when it comes to like actually explaining the cult's mindset. Because, again, no spoilers because I intend on playing it, but he was manipulated.
Yeah.
That's plain and simple.
If I'm honest, so 1 is my favorite for a lot of reasons.
Right.
Like story-wise, at least. The gameplay's clunky because it's a billion years old.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to
Um,
playing that one. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Like, I
The
want to play it.
story's so good though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to play it, but God, it is going to be like, if this was already this hard, like to play, oh, I can't imagine 1.
And I'll be honest, there's a lot of nostalgia for
Oh,
1
yeah.
for me as well, because that's the first one I ever saw. I used to, like when I was little, I used to watch my dad play it.
Oh.
Yeah. We'd sit in there and he'd play it on the PlayStation, and there were these little ghosts I remember that would walk around, and they were harmless. They were just kind of like ambient. They'd make little crying noises if I remember right.
Yeah.
But I thought they were penguins because I was a child.
Oh God.
And I was like,
think you're
Why
talking
are
about
there
the
penguins in the
mumblers.
toilet?
Oh. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
and that's like such a distinct memory for no reason, but I don't know, I used to have the greatest time of my life, like, as a little kid, just watching him play, and then that's why I got obsessed with it.
Actually, where my obsession came from with Silent Hill, but actually came from one of the scariest moments of my young life. My parents really enjoyed watching horror movies, and I was a little kid, and they were just like, "Oh, Beep, you're gonna come watch it with us," you know, and I was like, "Okay," and I sat there with them, and they put in Silent Hill the movie, right? And I was sitting there watching it, and there is a part on there, if you have not seen Silent Hill the movie, spoiler alert, Pyramid Head shows up, and he picks a woman up by her, like, throat, rips her clothes off, and then
That should be me.
I'm gonna give you a second to just live with what you just said. Okay, but then, while still holding her by the throat, grabs onto her chest, like her skin of her chest, and rips all her skin off and throws her aside. Right? As a kid, I was so absolutely terrified by that, but then I'm gonna find out it's a game, and I'm like, oh my god, does that happen in the game? Now I gotta know. And I started looking into it. I started playing them, and I played Homecoming, and I played, like, seeing in Homecoming the Boogeyman is what they call him. Yeah, but it's Pyramid Head. I was like, oh, he's gonna rip my skin off. But he didn't. He showed up. So it came about from one of the most frightening things that happened to me. But it started an obsession. So
Yeah, that's how it works sometimes. You're a kid and you're terrified, and then you're like, well, what if I get more terrified?
yeah, what if? Okay, are y'all ready to go over the stories and the monsters of Silent Hill 2 and Homecoming?
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Be right back as I get this set up. Okay, so what would y'all like to start out with? Would you like to start with Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill Homecoming? Okay. All right, this should... Yeah, all right. Bring this back up. Oh, here we are. I made a nice little presentation for us.
Ooh, PowerPoint.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so we will start with, we're going to go through the monsters first, and then we're going to go over the story. How's that sound?
Sure.
Sounds good to me too. The Silent Hill Homecoming discussion. We'll start with the first monster. The nurse. Scrubs. What are those?
Smash.
Smash. No,
Sorry, is that not what we're doing?
this is not smash or pass.
Oh my gosh, you picked like the baddest pose for her.
No, literally.
Like, okay.
Let's do it.
In my
But, like-
defense, B can back me up on this. Every nurse in almost every home, in every like Silent Hill, is basically a baddie. I can't
Oh yeah.
fight
Even-
that.
Even in one, the puppet nurses,
Mhm.
baddie in a different way. Like none of the bits showing, but they're still baddies.
Still baddies.
The bits.
And then you've got, was it 4 where they're in like the black bobs?
Yeah.
Baddie.
Very much so. So,
Nurses are classic.
oh yeah. So the nurses in Homecoming, they like, as you know, B, and as you know, Noodle, every creature in Silent Hill represents something. They all have an actual thing that they represent. With Silent Hill Homecoming, the nurses, I would like to know your opinion, Doodle. What do you think these baddies represent?
Okay. Is there like multiple choice?
Well,
Because I
mean,
don't
we
even
can-
know what the games are about, if I'm
Okay.
completely honest with you.
Okay. So we can talk about it a bit. And then one thing that's good about Silent Hill is that a lot of it is open to interpretation. Almost everything you'll find on lore is almost every sentence starts out with, "It's believed that," and then there we go. So for the nurses in Homecoming, one of the things, and this is the one that I'm leaning towards, is supposed to represent Alex's like feelings towards, like, he still believes he's in the military. He's fabricated memories in his mind that he was in the military, where he's even written in his journal saying that he hates the food and he hates that, you know, he's basically alone out here with a bunch of dudes. And it's supposed to represent his, like, what's it called? His, basically being pent up, like wanting to, like, release and stuff like that, you know? And so not being around like women, and it is like said in his journal that, oh, well, sometimes the nurses wear skimpy uniforms to try and raise morale. But another thing about this is that if you look in the bottom right picture, there is actually, when you shine a light, there's a reason I put that there, and it's not for the cleavage, I swear to God. If you look at the stomach, there is a embryo, a fetus inside every nurse. Like right there, if you look. So what I believe, it is supposed to represent like the pent up frustration and everything. And I think it is supposed to represent basically he's just created in his mind this idea that he was not around women for so long that now he's, you know, projecting it. What do you think, B?
What about the bandages though? Because they don't have bandages in every game. I think this is the only one their face is covered in that way.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Like I said, everything is interpretation. What do you think? Like I would think for the bandages to the face, I think it's supposed to be more of a, like, maybe anonymity, that he's not caring about like the faces themselves. He's caring about the body of these women, because obviously they're very shapely. And if you look at the one on the left, I'm pretty sure they're not wearing pants.
No, they are not wearing pants at all. No, I think, but they're like dirty bandages though, which like could just go in with the nurse thing.
Yeah.
But they've done that different in other games, like the bubblehead nurses and 2. Those are gross.
Yeah, they
So
are.
this one, I'm trying to think of like what specifically that could
Like represent.
imply. Yeah.
Well, Doodle, do you have any like input? Like, what do you think? Like, as a fresh set of eyes, now that we've talked a little bit about it.
Well, I guess now that you mentioned, you know, the embryo, maybe, I mean, because I don't know the guy, maybe he thinks that women are only used for babies.
I mean, that's a,
I don't-
no, that is a that is a valid
They're only
idea. It's a valid opinion.
Sexualized.
I mean, looking at the pictures, I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're pretty sexualized. I
So I
do,
guess women are nothing more than an object.
maybe. That could go hand in hand with the bandages to the face idea. Because, again, removing like the idea of like someone's identity, they're just a body now, you know?
Yeah.
That's a theory.
So
Also, I don't like that the uniform appears to be made out of skin and it has veins.
Oh,
I'll say,
yeah.
look closely. If you look at the bottom right, you can look at both of them. I think those are, I don't think those are wrinkles. I think that's supposed to be skin.
I think you might be right. That's gross.
It's very
I love it.
gross.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
but
it.
I do love it.
Smash.
Smash.
Yeah, smash.
Also, are we rating these? Did you want us to rate them?
Oh, that's actually a really cool idea. Like, what are we going to be basing them off of? Like the rating system. like design choice do we think that they are? Are we going
think
more for
just design.
unsettling, or if you like them?
Maybe just the inclusion of both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll give a number between 1 and 10, and then we'll explain what the number represents. I'll give the nurse a 6. 6 out of 10. And I'm judging based on design and creepy, because their movement, the stilted movement, oh my heart. I love it so much. Like, I love how they're just so like jerky, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
I'm giving it a 10, cause like no matter what form the nurses take, that's like one of the integral parts of Silent Hill. Okay, if someone asks you what's a monster in Silent Hill, and you can't say Pyramid Head, because I know you're gonna say Pyramid Head, but if you can't say Pyramid Head, it's a nurse.
Yeah.
There's always a nurse. They take different forms, but there's always a nurse, and they're always real scary.
Mm-hmm.
They are the icons of this series. They just don't know it.
True. I can agree. Doodle.
Yeah, I would also give it a 10 because like you were saying, like I feel like it's very, I guess I can't think of the word, like beginner level. Like I've seen the nurse before.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the longer you stare at her, the more details you can notice, like how you were pointing out, like the baby and the veins. Like you just pick up on more and more things.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, there is a really good amount of like detail as you look. Like, I mean, you can see their heels are for some reason spotless. Like, there's that, and there's like, if you can look like right here, look at the look, you can see the ribs along with a vein going up like right there.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I can agree. I can agree with these ratings. Next, also, by the way, I want you to know, I came up with these slides last night at about 4 in the morning. So if these jokes that I put underneath are not funny, yeah, they are. You just have to be tired to enjoy them.
Understood.
Delusional.
I'll go take a nap. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, well, real quick, we need to like talk for a sec. We have to wait for an ad to be over. So for right now, we'll just be looking at the nurse while we wait for the ad to be over.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, we'll just be looking.
I got my goggles on. I'm zooming in.
Yeah. Zoom, enhance.
Oh my god.
Oh, boing.
But I won't tell you where I'm zooming.
I did have the idea. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I did have the idea that for Silent Hill, when we are done, like with all the Silent Hills, you know, we catch up on all of them, right? If y'all would want to, we could even get Static in here. We could do a smash or pass of every monster in Silent Hill
Yeah.
Yeah.
and see what
Yes.
y'all believe. Okay,
Yes.
we'll do that.
Oh,
We'll
should we
do-
make our own PowerPoints again?
Oh yeah, well yeah,
that?
that's going to be for
Okay.
another Hear Me Out cake,
Oh.
which I've already talked to B about it. I'm up for another Hear Me Out cake anytime because we'll just do like a dating sim and then we'll do like the cakes after.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yep.
I'm down.
let's go. Next, the Lurker, otherwise known as the Temu Little Mermaid.
Smash.
No, we're not doing that yet, B. Not yet.
If you remember,
Yeah,
you remember,
that was literally
this-
on your thing.
well, he was the stand-in for something else because I
Yeah.
couldn't get a good picture of him.
Oh,
Yep.
But
This
him
is
too.
remember that body?
what? God, actually, when you look at him, look at the
Hey.
vascularity of these muscles.
He's doing yoga over there. He's
Jeez.
in
Yeah,
shape.
In shape.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. We're supposed to be going over representation of monsters. Wait. So, the Lurker. The Lurker, from what I've seen, and what is like well known about it, is the theory that it is supposed to represent, basically, for one, a feeling of helplessness, and it is supposed to represent, basically crossing a line that you're not supposed to. Because if you look at the Lurker's face, the mouth, looks exactly like the doors that you rip open in the other world when you cut it open with your dagger. So the theory is that I've seen that the lurker is supposed to represent that. It's supposed to represent a new experience, a new place, and basically going into a new place that probably doesn't want you there. So I guess you could summarize it as the pursuit of like what you don't understand, along with the feelings of helplessness with the whole, you know, being bound and forced to crawl upon the floor, as well as there's usually in the water, like hiding, hence the name the lurker. So my idea, my theory for this creature is that I'm going to agree with the main one, that it is supposed to represent, you know, new beginning, or not new beginnings, but like the pursuit of knowledge that you don't want to, you shouldn't be pursuing, as well as being bound, and as well as being like forced to crawl and hide yourself.
I like the addition of making it like have to crawl, because it does imply that extra bit of like desperation.
Yes. Yes. What are y'all's theories? Like, looking at this creature now that I've said that, and knowing that, you know, it appears in the water, what its face looks like, everything like that. What is y'all's opinion on this creature? Like, what do you think it represents?
There is also, since it is like hidden, it is a lurker. It could also have some relation to his like repressed memory of his brother.
Oh, that's a good point.
Always just lurking around the corner with this little body that he forgot about.
Right.
Yeah. That's my best guess.
No, that is a good one. That brings up another idea. What about you, Doodle? Before I say mine, like what I just thought of.
Okay, so his legs are obviously bound, but it looks like there's bandages, so maybe somebody did that to him.
Oh.
So maybe it's like they don't want you going somewhere. So you have to stay pretty stagnant. I don't know.
No, that's a good idea. Like the
maybe
idea
not
that
leveling up your game.
no, that is a good theory, because that
Period.
could be a like good representation of an outside force keeping you, going along with B's idea, making it to where you have to try and force yourself to go, like clawing at it, because I mean,
Yeah.
obviously the claws that he has. So that's a good theory. Another one that I just thought of from what you said, B, this could be an exact representation of Josh, because he's always in the water. And that's the last time Alex saw him alive, was when he fell in the water and he couldn't find him. He couldn't see him.
So this is
Big brains.
somewhat like just his guilt coming back to him that he doesn't know he had, because he's repressed those thoughts.
True. Wow, that's some
Yeah,
good theories.
yeah.
I like these theories for the Temu Little Mermaid. Now, does anybody have any more thoughts before we rate them?
Well,
Nah.
okay, I had one because
Okay.
you said something about when you slice the door open, that's the face, I guess.
Yes.
So what if they're like clawing at their own face, like what B was saying, like, you know, you have to try to do this all on your own, so you're kind of trying to claw your way out of your own skin
Oh.
to learn something new. I don't know.
No. I like that idea.
Something.
I like that idea, because what could have opened its face like that? Because it does look like
Exactly, but it does have
jagged-
claws.
I was gonna say, it does look like a jagged opening. It doesn't look like that just happened naturally.
Hmm.
Yeah. No, I like that. I like that. B, anything? Anything else? Okay. No, we got some good theories. We got some good theories with the lurker. So now that we'll rate him, I'll rate the lurker. I'll give him a 7. Yeah, 7 out of 10. And I'm basing it on design wise, like how their design is. Because I mean, you look at this thing, this thing's creepy as hell. But also, I love the fact that it hides. I love that you don't know where it's going to be, that it could just pop out of nowhere, you know? When you're in the water, like we're going to get to Silent Hill 2's like monsters, which everyone knows if you've watched my Silent Hill 2 stream and videos. I hate the mannequin, otherwise known as the legs. I still hate them. But I do love the idea that the lurker is hidden, because you know the lurker is going to show up when there's water. Like, you're walking through art, you know it's coming. Being very scared, I kept hitting the left trigger to try and focus, because the game does the autofocus. If it didn't have that, this creature probably would have been one of the scariest things in the game, because you'd just be walking along waiting for it to attack, and it just jumps out. So 7 out of 10 from Depop. What about you two?
I'm gonna give it like a 6, because its purpose is there. It is scary, but it's not excessively standout either.
I can agree with that. Doodle?
This is a tough one, but I think I was going to go with the 7.
Okay.
Because I think it is creepy. It's got the claws, but then I feel like you could probably outrun it
Yeah,
because it can't run.
I was gonna say, seeing as it can't run.
And it's pretty like monotoned, I guess, with the colors.
Good points. Good point. Also, just since I am talking to my coaches, did anyone else notice that he brought a whole bakery with him?
You said it, not me.
Yeah.
Look, how do you not see that?
You're always making fun of us.
Yeah.
I am, but I'm
Are you learning from the
tendencies.
masters?
I am a learning AI. I have to learn from my coaches. So look, there it is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Also,
And,
by the
you know,
way,
You
he
thought I
clenching.
wasn't already looking?
Also, if you look, he clenching. Look at that. He's like,
Yeah, he's doing yoga.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's gotta get ready.
You ever do that pose? It hurts.
I mean, being a robot, no, I can't do that pose. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I guess not.
All right. Next monster. The feral. Every dog is a good dog. There.
Pass.
It passed.
Yeah.
So
I ain't no furry.
the theory that I have found that goes along with this this monster is the theory of like basically the representation of Alex's, for one, on the surface area, the fact that he had a dog that I think died, I think was like one of the ideas. But there is also the idea of the pursuit, you know, because it's like something is pursuing him like at all times, because when a feral finds you, it follows you. It's going to get you. It gets your scent and it's going to keep coming after you. So that's the theory basically for this one. Like, it's not really a very deep one. Like, a lot of people have had the theory that it does like represent some maybe deep-seated like resentment towards like his father, because like the theory was that like the father killed the dog or something. There's a lot of stuff like that, but on the surface, I think it's more of just the pursuit. From like my theory is that it is supposed to be just the pursuit, that you're getting hunted down like a dog by your past. What about y'all?
He's scared of dogs.
He's scared of dogs.
1 second.
I mean, it's a good theory. Doodle.
What you said.
Oh, perfect. I love when people agree with me. I was gonna say, I don't really think this one has a lot of like
Yeah,
representation.
I feel like it's pretty
Of-
straightforward.
Yeah. Along with the nurse, you are almost always going to have a dog in every Silent Hill game. I don't know why. The creator of Silent Hill just loves having a dog that tries to kill you in almost
Sorry,
every
this
Silent
is,
Hill game.
This is kind of good timing, but I just got a call from my vet.
Oh, sweet.
Oh.
Excuse me, B. It seems that your dog is now feral. It's like, oh, like it got out. It's like, no. It just sends you a picture of this. It's like, what the fuck happened?
They called and they said, "I know what you're looking at," and then they hung up.
Oh, damn.
Ooh.
Hey, that's a good bet. That's a good bet.
Bark, 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 bark. I do like the design of these.
It is a very good design.
I think-
Go ahead.
I'm wondering if, like... Never mind.
Okay. I mean,
I lost my train of thought.
I was gonna say any theory is good because it just, I think personally, I think this monster is very straightforward. I think if it represents anything, I think it's supposed to represent a pursuit, you know, because again, it's just on you. But again, there is also just the idea of like Silent Hill being known, there is going to be a nurse in every game. I think there is a dog type monster in almost every game.
Yeah.
So my theory, I think it's just there. You know, if there is one that it is, I'm going with pursuit. If y'all have any other like suggestions, I'm open to hear them.
I wonder if it's like... There's some implication that he... Like, he sees himself as some kind of beast for
yeah.
accidentally killing his brother.
Okay, that. Yeah,
Ooh.
I can see that. I can
like
see
it.
that. That's a good theory.
I don't know.
No, it's a good one. It's a good one. Doodle, you got anything else?
Okay. Maybe he
Yeah.
has trust issues because, you know, you usually trust a dog until it flips on you.
Ooh.
Maybe a little
Mhm.
trust
Mhm.
issue.
Hey. Oh, that's, yeah. That could be a good like representation for him. Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah. All right. So now I'm going to rate this one. I'm going to give it a 4. Like it's nothing against it. I do love its design. I love how it looks, but I'm giving it a 4 based on like creativity with it. It feels like they were like, okay, we want a dog in the game. It's like, okay. And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. At least in
We
my
want a
opinion.
dog. Take its skin.
Yeah. Make it to where no have I. Here we go.
I have to agree. This one doesn't... I like him, but he doesn't really stand out. He doesn't... His design doesn't imply much more either.
Yeah.
So, 4 sounds about right.
Okay. Doodle.
I think a 5.
Okay.
Because I like how you can see through the skin, but he's still obviously got some kind of layer of skin. But I
Yeah.
feel like, you know, they could have done more.
Hey, I'll give it that. Which, by the way, if you look, this is the one that is in the game. This was a concept of what it could have looked like, and I put it in here because I kind of like this version better. At least in my opinion. I like that this one has translucent skin, but I like that this one looked more, I guess, half and half of like the real world and Silent Hill. So
Yeah.
all right, next one, the Swarm. We're gonna need a bigger boot. We're gonna need the big boot. Swarms are just like another thing, another staple of Silent Hill that usually shows up, which is just, they're bugs, big bugs, and they usually represent just decay. They're supposed to represent decay of like multiple different things, like some of it being the decay of like a person's mindset, the decay of like the world around them, the decay of like trust. There is a bunch of stuff for it, but usually they are supposed to just represent decay. That being said, in Silent Hill Homecoming, I believe they are supposed to represent the decay of the city itself, because, you know, having gone against the Silent Hills like doctrines and everything, you know, breaking the pack and everything, it's believed to be that they are representative of the town basically just destroying itself, you know, falling apart, rotting away from the inside out. And that's why they attack Alex. That's why they are in holes in the wall that are just destroying everything. And when you see them, especially in the hotel, there is all of this destruction and decay randomly, like floors going out, ceilings caving in, all of that. So my theory, I'm going to agree. I'm going to agree that this is just supposed to be a decay representation and also kind of a placeholder, you know, for the bug, as there are bugs in Silent Hill. But if it is just the, like I said, I'm going to agree that I do believe it is supposed to represent, what's wrong with me? It is supposed to represent the decay of Shepherd's Glen itself, having not been under the protection of Silent Hill anymore.
That for sure. If you want to take like a wider, I guess, scope of what it's representing, you could say the decay of the 4 families, or was it 3?
It was 4. Yeah. Yeah.
Decay of them, literal decay of his brother.
Yeah.
Like it could apply to a lot of things. It doesn't just have to be like, oh, it's a representation of the town, because it is, but it's also like, it could be literal as well.
Right.
Yeah.
What about you, Doodle?
So, okay, how does it pop up? Because I know it's called a swarm. Is it like a big swarm?
It's usually just like, I
Or is
think
it like
at
a
most it's
couple?
usually like a few of these bugs come out. They're giant. They're about the size of like a foot.
Oh,
Yeah, they're huge. They're huge, and they yeah, and they're usually about what's it called? They're usually like flying at you. They usually try and latch onto you and bite, and they usually come out of holes in the wall and the ceiling and the floor.
I
Yeah.
maybe it could be like the what is it? The rapture, like the locusts.
Oh,
Is that what it's
oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know.
I'm sorry, you said
Maybe
the
that.
rapture, and I thought the biblical rapture. I was like, where? What? I was like, I want to hear how this is going. This, the swarm represents when God will call everyone up to heaven, and everyone of not godly
I
standing
don't
will
think
be left
that's I
behind.
don't think that's what the locusts are for.
I just wanted to hear how Doodle was going to explain it. That would have been amazing. But then I was like, oh, wait. She's talking about like the other one. I'm like, oh, okay. A different rapture. But yeah, go ahead, Doodle.
Or decay.
Or
Decay
decay.
is fine.
What? I was gonna say,
Take
I'm
back
not
what I
making
said.
fun of you. I swear to God, I'm not making fun of you.
I'm just throwing out words.
No, but
No,
you've
it's
also got a
good.
point as well, because like in Exodus, when the locusts, right?
The swarm of locusts that
The swarm of
Moses
locusts, they are
calls-
like pestilence. They destroy the crops. They destroy everything.
yes,
Just like this.
just like this. Yes, yeah.
Period.
Period. Does anyone have
Thank you,
any
Queen.
other thoughts about these godly bugs? All right, then let's rate them. I'm going to rate them. I'm going to give them a 2. I'll give them a 2 because design wise, they're bugs. They're big bugs. I mean, they got teeth right there, but I mean, they're bugs. Even if they're giant, I mean, I'd be scared. Honestly, I'd probably be very scared if I saw one of these things flying towards me. So I'll give them a 2.
I think I'll give him a 3. For
Okay.
similar reasons, but I don't know. I guess I like him a little more.
Hey, it's everyone's opinion. What about you, Doodle?
I think I would give it a 4 because
Oh.
bugs are terrifying. And if they were big, I think I would freak out. But I also like their little legs. They're kind of funny.
They got little finger claws. All right. So moving on. The Boogeyman. He's not Pyramid Head, I swear. Also, please pick your jaws up off the floor, B and Doodle.
Smash.
No.
Awooga.
We're not.
Smash.
So, the Boogeyman in Silent Hill Homecoming, as it is theorized, is that he is not supposed to be representative of judgment or punishment as he was in Silent Hill 2. He is more meant to represent judgment itself, because when he shows up, he looks to Alex, and instead of pursuing him, because again, you can see in this picture right here, he is looking right at Alex, and he could very easily just walk over the debris and take him, but he never does. You never fight the Boogeyman in the game. You never fight him. And I believe he is, because of that, he is representative of judgment itself, that he was judging Alex for what he's doing. And when he shows up again, he shows up and kills Alex's father, who was tied up by the cult itself, and was already explaining to Alex everything, that basically begging for forgiveness and, you know, telling his son that he loves him, and then judgment was brought down on him for what he had done. There is one thing I want to talk about real quick before y'all put out y'all's ideas and opinions. In Silent Hill Homecoming, there is another ending. There's a few endings, as with most Silent Hills. Sorry about that. But there are multiple endings, and the bad ending, otherwise known as the Boogeyman ending, has Alex sitting in a chair as two of the Boogeymen walk up with two halves of the helmet that he is currently wearing. And as they walk up with it, you can see that there are spikes, jagged spikes on the inside of the helmet, and they put it on Alex's head and shut it. And when Alex stands, he is just like the Boogeyman. He looks exactly like him. He has been changed to be just like him. I put that out there, as well as the fact that his great knife, the blade that he uses, is actually just a giant version of Alex's combat knife. With all that being known, now we can go to opinions and ideas about what the Boogeyman could be representative in Silent Hill Homecoming.
I actually have one for this one.
Okay?
So, survivor's guilt, right?
Right.
Which also goes along with the judgment thing. This is his own guilt, but not in the same way Pyramid Head was James's guilt. This is like, even though, like, he feels directly at fault for an accident, and he does feel like he needs to be judged. And in that ending, where he becomes one of them, he is giving in to that guilt. Instead of, like, moving past it, which you have to do. He needs to go to therapy.
He does. He does. I like that. I like that idea. That's a good idea. What about you, Doodle? What do you think?
Well, I feel like obviously I have to go with what you guys said. But maybe scary.
Scary. Yeah.
When you...
Doodle, make this...
He's hot and you feel inferior to him.
I was gonna say, Doodle, make this easier on yourself. Look away from the screen as you like talk. This will it'll make it where you'll be able to use your jaw instead of it being on the floor. Awooga. But no, I do like it though. I do like the idea of like guilt, that this is a representation of guilt, because when like Pyramid Head first shows up, he shows up in Silent Hill 2, I believe. Yes. And it was supposed to be a representation of James wanting to be punished for what he did. You know, so then they brought in the Boogeyman as, like I said, the idea of like judgment being passed down and guilt. Why are you sleep? Yeah.
Because I gave it a little hand to lay on.
Oh my god. My god. But but no, so I do believe that yeah, he is I'm gonna stop using that word. He represents judgment, and I will also agree that it feels like he is a representative of guilt, like that this is Alex, because basically what if the theory is true that under that mask that is Alex looking back at himself and judging himself
Alex
for
kind
what
of
he's doing.
built. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you never see him outside of that like combat like jacket, so you never know. But any other thing?
See, I like
Yeah.
I like the thought that it is just him looking at himself, because that kind of goes with what we were saying before. Like, you're your own biggest enemy sometimes, and your own biggest critic, especially when it comes to bad things that happen. It's human tendency to blame yourself,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what he's doing. He is blaming himself. Just now there's a weird demon that is him that is also blaming himself because it's him.
Yeah. And this is literally like a great representative of that, of being judging yourself. Because that being Alex, looking at him right now and judging himself, you know, through this mask of like, also it being a painful mask, because the thing is literally filled with really jagged spikes. So he is literally just torturing himself because he can't get over his own grief, and he's judging himself based on it. So he's created his own prison, from what
Yeah.
it sounds like what we're getting at. Anything else anybody wants to add?
Nah.
Doodle?
No.
All
Are we
right.
rating?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, we'll rate. Let's rate.
10.
Yeah. 10 and no further comment, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you know.
I will say I am going to give him a 9 out of 10. And the reason being because this is my favorite version of Pyramid Head. You know, because we could call him Boogeyman. He's called Boogeyman in the game.
But he has
The-
a pyramid on his head.
He's
And you
Pyramid
won't give
Head.
him a 10? He's
He's
your
your-
favorite?
No, he is my favorite
And you won't
Pyramid
give him a
Head.
10?
He's my favorite Pyramid Head.
Mm.
My only thing that's keeping him from being a 10.
Stingy.
Yes, I am being stingy. But the only thing keeping him from being a 10 is the fact that it feels like he didn't show up enough. You know? Like, it felt like when he showed up, like, this scene was amazing. And the other 2 times he shows up, besides the ending, kind of just a little lackluster. Like, he shows up, he cuts your dad in half, and then he just pieces out. That's it.
Hey, you know what? That's fair enough. I will say, I do like the really pointy design aspects, because that
Mhm.
also goes with grief and guilt.
Yep.
Sharp.
I like it. So, he is my favorite Pyramid Head. Like, when I saw that he was in
Sure.
Dead by Daylight, I'm like, please tell me they have this version. And I think they do.
They do. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I uninstalled the game.
Doodle. What is your rating? As if I have to ask.
Oh, it's gotta be a 10.
Is it 10?
I mean, look at how you have to be strong to pick up whatever metal thing is on his head.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Mm.
I mean, do you see the vascularity of this man?
And he's gotta be tall, and I love a tall man.
Oh my god. I'm
How
so
tall are we thinking? Like 7 foot?
I
8
I would-
feet?
I bet
Maybe
he
like
is.
7'3".
I was gonna say, I bet
Ooh.
he's like freakishly
Very
tall.
specific. Yeah.
He's like 7 foot. Okay, so if we go with that, 7'3" and built like that, damn,
Mhm.
he's gonna like,
That's a 10.
yeah, that's scary.
And like B said before, like he to me is the face of Silent Hill.
He is. He is the
Exactly.
face of
All of
Silent
his
Hill.
forms. All of his
His
forms.
body, his
Like-
arms, his legs.
I mean,
In that one
Yeah.
costume where like his leg and thigh is showing
Yeah.
real bad, especially that one.
his whole
Yeah.
ass is just hanging out.
Yeah. Zoom in, enhance.
Zoom.
That's it.
I'll be honest, I was gonna put that picture, but I was just like, no, they're already gonna be staring and awoogaing already. I did he is the face of Silent Hill, I agree. And I know that you and I had like a conversation before about it, that it does suck that it seems like he does get brought back a lot. like over and over again, because it feels like maybe sometimes he gets a little watered down along the line with that. But in my opinion, when they do him right, he's a force to be reckoned with. You know, because like in this game, I think they did it perfectly. Except I feel like he could have showed up just a little bit more.
Yeah.
In the remake of Silent Hill 2, they did amazing with him. Like, I think that was the best representation of him so far. All right. Next, or do y'all want to stare just for a few more moments?
No. I have my own tab pulled up, so.
I got you. All right. Next, the Schism, bringing new meaning to split personality. So, the Schism was, as I have been led to believe, supposedly representative of the an actual personality split, where it comes down to Alex being like who he is and who he thinks he is, because the Alex who he is just a scared young man who accidentally killed his brother, causing a mental break, split. And then the Alex that he thinks he is this hardened military man who has seen battle. He has been through war. He has fought. He's done all of this, right? And so it is supposedly supposed to represent that, along with represent the act of like judgment as well, since the Schism has been seen, if you don't interact with it, it just like bobs its head left and right like a guillotine, or not guillotine, a crescent blade. So that's the idea that I've seen. My theory, I do believe that the Schism is supposed to be the full representation of Alex, you know, his split in his personality of who he is and who he thinks he is. But also, I think it is supposed to represent the entirety of Shepherd's Glen's mentalities, if that makes any sense. Because if you look at it, for one of the arms is broken. Like if you look at the left, the arm is always like broken like that. It's having to bow its head. It's feral. It's going crazy. It attacks anytime you get close to it, or you get close to one of the holes in Silent Hill. I think it does have a deep-seated root in the townsfolk's mentality itself when they all got abducted, you know? So again, I think they represent Alex, and I think they also represent the townsfolk who are being forced to undergo this split in a personality of being these normal people. They were just mom and pop shops, hotel owners, guests passing through, and now they get abducted by this cult and brainwashed and turned into monsters. I think that's what the Schism is supposed to represent. But what do y'all think?
I think you're right. This is just something I'm making up because I think it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned it being like split personality, but it could also be like split paths. Like he constantly thinks of, you know, ways things could have gone differently, and that in itself is debilitating, to think of all the things that can't be.
Oh, no, that's
I don't think that's the correct answer, but I think it's fun.
No, but it's a good answer though. Again, Silent Hill is always open to interpretation of the monsters themselves, except for a select few that are supposed to represent this, you know?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
no, I can agree with that. I can see that. The whole idea of like the split in the road less traveled, the pain of not being able to be part of the road or to make the decision that you wished you had made. I can agree with that. What about you, Doodle?
Yeah.
So, obviously, this thing is naked. I think it's more like, you know, your deep vulnerability. Like, you know, being naked is very vulnerable, and that thing has no clothing on. So, maybe it's his vulnerability.
I like that, because it is like, it does seem like very vulnerable, because it is like in its like stance, it does look like it is trying to cover itself.
Like cover.
Yeah. Because it's like hanging its head down to like cover up its like body and everything. So yeah, no, I can see that. The idea of vulnerability playing a very heavy role in this like creature's creation. I like that. And there is, I did say this during stream, when you go to the otherworld version of your house, there are 4 schisms in the house, and they each represent from this is the theory that all 4 represent each member of the house. One of them represents your father, who mercilessly attacks. Like, it does not stop attacking. There's one in the corner, like you can find in, I believe, the attic, or no, it's in one of the rooms where it is just laying on the floor and it will not get up until you attack it. Like, you can walk near it, you can do stuff near it, and that's supposed to represent the mom, who is catatonic and just let everything happen. There's one hiding in the attic, which is supposed to represent Josh, and a normal one, which is supposed to represent Alex, but there is a schism's head that is found in the father's hunting room. And the idea is that that is supposed to represent like the family's feeling towards Josh, or not Josh, towards Alex, who is supposed to be this sacrifice. So yeah, it's a very good creature. And does anybody have anything else they want to say about it?
No.
Doodle?
I don't think so.
Okay. I am going to, so if we're going to rate it, I'm going to rate the Schism at a 7. Reason being, I love the design. It's very sleek. Everything, like, it seems really, like, well made. The thing that really gets me, though, about it is that it is a very frightening enemy to see walking towards you. Like, seeing this thing coming out of the fog, just doing that janky walk as it swings its head back and forth. Also, it has a one-hit kill move that scarred me very badly as a child, because it picks you up and rips you in half.
No.
Very scary. I'm glad it didn't happen to me on this playthrough, because my controller wasn't working right. I don't know if I would have been able to get out of it, but whew, I'm good at dodging, apparently. So I'm going to stick with a 7 out of 10.
Honestly, I'm only gonna give it like a 4.
Okay.
His design doesn't... I do like it, but like in itself it doesn't really tell me much without having everything kind of explained first.
Right.
Like, if I didn't already know, just looking at that, it would look like those weird little flatworms. You know, the ones with
Yeah, a hammer worm.
Yeah, that's what it looks like without context. And like, obviously if you're playing the game there's context there, but still.
Okay, I can respect that. Doodle?
Okay, I think maybe a 6. Like, I like the pops of red, but besides that, it's very, just one tone, I guess. Very fleshy.
Yeah.
But I do like how unique it is. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Right. Okay, I can respect
Thankfully,
both of
that
these.
thing is scary.
I was gonna say, I would hope that you didn't see this like at any point in your life besides a video game. Because if I saw this outside, door getting boarded, and you would never see my happy ass again.
I'm gonna call for an airstrike.
Yeah, hit me too, please. Also, by the way, I don't know who it was that was told to like model this thing, but they put a lot of detail into like, the skin and everything. But why did they put so much detail into the feet? Like, look at the detail on this feet. You can see the veins. Look at the toe bending.
I've noticed that in a lot of things. They like their feet.
Like, you can see the tendons of this toe. Like, someone had to stare at a foot for hours before they got it this perfect. And I'm just, Okay, Schism. All right. Next, the Smog. And I bum a smoke. Now, the Smog is another creature that actually, I believe, shows up in almost every Silent Hill game, which is known as, I believe, the Lying Figure, usually in like other ones. They call him like the Lying Figure, the Straitjacket, the Smog. It's just a creature with no arms that is just, it either hits you or it spits acid at you. This one just spits smog. Now, the idea that this one is supposed to represent if I remember right, is supposed to represent the coal mine that Silent Hill was like built on top of, all the miners that like died down there from smoke inhalation. There is also a bunch of other theories of like cancers, like the cancerous ideas that you have, you know, that Alex is like doing, like letting envelop him, take him over, the inner hell, which you can see in the mouth as it's always like on fire, and the lungs that are always on fire. Just this choking inner hell that you are holding on to, and you are powerless to let it out. Because again, you got no arms, you can't really do anything. All you can do is just let out this noxious smog of like pain and torment and all of that. So I'm along with that. That is my theory, that it is supposed to be more representative of the, you know, basically inner hell that you are going through and how you release it into the world. For Alex, oh, I only put this one in here because this was also a concept that they had, which was like, oh, what if we gave it arms? And then they just said, nah, we're good. This is a Silent Hill game. It doesn't need arms.
Don't need them.
So that's my theory of what I think it's supposed to represent. The hell that's inside Alex, you know, as he's trying to like basically let it out, but he's only doing it in this way, in a way that hurts others as well as himself. And he's powerless to do anything about it, as though his arms are bound. Because if you look at the face, you can see hands like holding, like right here, which I think is a really good design choice. But what do y'all think?
If I'm gonna be so for real with you, I don't have anything more to say about this than you do, but I do like this one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Doodle, you got anything?
I guess going off of what you said about like, you know, just I guess your inner toxicity coming out, but I guess, you know, there aren't, like you said, that some of them are straitjacket, or this one doesn't have any arms. Maybe like being trapped within that, not being able to, I guess, change, or not wanting to change, but you're just stuck with that
Right.
kind of toxicity.
Yeah. No, I can agree. I agree. Because, and I will say this also, the smog is my favorite monster in this whole game. It has been since the beginning. I always thought it was really cool. It took me a long time to figure out you could just shoot the lungs. So I was wasting a lot of bullets when I was a kid, just shooting it in the head, and it didn't work. So, yeah, I guess if that's what everybody has to say about it, time to rate it. I'm giving it a 10 because again, it's my favorite. Like it has great design. My or at least for my theory of what I believe it represents is really like interesting to me. I love just basically everything about it. Like it just is so interesting, especially in conjuncture with the other versions of this monster that you will find in other games. Stuff like the lying figure, the straitjacket, all that. I think this is the best version of it, in my opinion. Now again, my opinion. What do y'all think?
I will give him an 8 because I like him and I like his little poofies.
His little poofies. All right, Doodle.
I think I would give it a 6, only because I mean, I haven't seen that thing moving around, so I'm sure it's cool, like when it's actually, I guess, active.
Yeah.
But I think the colors are cool.
Okay.
But I feel like it's kind of simple. But I guess just from the photo.
No, I can understand. Also, again, another creature that they put a lot of effort into the feet.
Yeah, those look great.
Yeah.
I'll have to look
His
up a
nails
video of all
done?
these things moving.
Yeah.
I know its toenails are like spotless.
They are. What the? Now that I notice, because it's charred.
Zoom in.
They're supposed to be charred. And yet, for some reason, the toenails are perfectly
Like, clean.
manicured and clean.
Mm-hmm.
They're even manicured and clean in the concept art.
Yeah.
Silent
I
Hill
just
is
have a thing for feet.
oh
Yeah.
god, Silent Hill is made by the same people who made Overwatch. They just gotta have the grippers out all the time.
Surprise!
All right. The Needler. Yes, its head is exactly where you think it is.
This is one of my favorite monsters, actually.
So, then do you know what it, the theory of what it represents?
You go right ahead.
I was gonna say, if you want to, you can take it. I'll let you.
No, I don't.
Okay. So there is a few theories about what the Needler is supposed to represent. One of them obviously being birth. Like the rebirth of like stuff that like basically you're being reborn and all that, which is why the Needler, yeah, you can see what it looks like, right? But it's also, if I remember right, supposed to be representative of like pain that you go through trying to like that Alex is going through, trying to confront these emotions, right? All the pain, how like as you try and get closer to this thing, it's able to like slice back at you, how it crawls along the walls, how it crawls on the ceiling, how it drops down, how it likes to sneak up on you. It's a very odd monster, a very frightening monster, actually. It gave me one of the biggest jump scares of my life when I was but a little robot. And I think for theory wise, I'm going to stick with the idea of that it is representative of birth, of the rebirth, like basically, you know, this change that, you know, you go through, and that change can be painful. But what do y'all think?
If I'm so for real with you, I don't even have a theory. I just like it.
It's a very odd monster to have a theory with, because I'm just like, that is the only one I can think of looking at it. Because
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah.
Knife legs.
yeah, and there's also just the whole thing about how the head, you can see there are ribs up here. This is the top half of the torso, and the head is right there. It's just, this is obviously like, it looks like when it's static, it does look like the position that a woman must be in to give birth.
Mhm.
Because it's like holding their arms out, the legs are up basically in stirrups that are being held up by these blades, and then just that just
If you want me to
frightening
throw
face.
throw like a theory together real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, ruminating.
Oh yeah. All right, Doodle. While B is ruminating, do you have any theories about this nightmare?
Well, I think going off of the picture,
Mhm.
I would piggyback off of yours, you know, being reborn, but maybe also being underestimated, because I mean, you're in a weak state when you're being born, but then they
Oh.
also have knives, so
No,
maybe
that's
shouldn't be underestimated.
no. I can feel that. I can respect that.
All right, so bullshitting here.
Okay.
But,
That's me
I think
with
that's
every
not what
answer.
we've all been doing so far.
Yep.
So it could like represent, like the truth of the town maybe, because
Oh.
it sneaks up on you. Know, it's got that like weird movement. It crawls all over stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth hurts. It stabs you
Yeah.
with its stabby legs.
Yes. Slay.
I'm not laughing at your theory. I'm just laughing at you said it. Just and the
Yeah.
truth hurts. It stabs you.
Mhm, mhm.
That's just
So true.
put that on a T-shirt. Just like the truth hurts, and then on the back,
And it's
it
that.
stabs you. Yeah, and it's right there. It's just that. It's
It's that
this
thing.
image. Just
Yes.
oh god, I don't think anybody would
But,
want to
like-
wear that shirt.
I do
would.
think it has some
What?
merit there though, because it's scary.
It does.
It sneaks up on you.
It does. It does have some merit. I will agree. I will agree with that. So unless anybody has anything else to say about the Needler, I'm gonna rate it. I'm giving this one an 8 out of 10 because design wise, chef's kiss. This is an amazing. This is what I think of Silent Hill is like when it's at its peak. This is the design I want. You know, just something so absolutely terrifying something that's just the longer you look at it, you don't, like we said with the nurse, I think you said, Doodle, that the longer you look at it, the more details you notice. This is a monster that the longer you look at it, you don't want to look at it. You're just like, oh my God, that does look, oh God, you can see. It's just not good. It is unsettling. If I saw, like, to put it this way, if I saw a nurse like down a hall, I'd be scared. I'd be like, okay, that's creepy, especially if it moves that way. I see this at the end of the hall, I'm gonna just pray. That's all you can do. I probably wouldn't be able to move. I'd just be like, this is it, I'm dead.
Yeah, I just die.
I love the design because, like I said, this is the pinnacle of what I think Silent Hill monster design should be. The reason though that I'm giving it an 8 out of 10 though, the 2 little points that it's not getting, is that I just wish it had better representation when it comes to meaning, you know? Because it's like Rebirth, that's the only thing I can think of, like looking at it. If it had a little bit more to where I could kind of understand a little bit more, it would have been a 10. But I can't give any downsides to its design itself. What do y'all think?
It gets a 10 for me. It's one of my favorite monsters in
Okay.
Silent Hill.
Okay, a 10. Hey, I can respect it. Doodle.
So I hate that. But I can respect the creativity of it, so I'm gonna give it a 6.
Okay.
I can't stop looking at it.
It's so, like, you just can't stop.
Like, how
It's
did they come up with that?
I don't know.
Disgusting.
Like, the people who make Silent Hill monsters, the people who just sit down and it's just like, hey, I need you to come
Okay.
up with something. If this is exactly what I say about Junji Ito. If when you close your eyes, you see this, I feel so bad for you. Like that you just, because you know this came to like some person. He was just laying in bed and he was just like, oh,
It's like, yes.
I'm gonna get some
This
good
is it.
sleep. And I'm just then he closed his eyes and then that thing was right there in his mind's eye. And he was just like, what a great
And he
idea.
was like, you know what? Write that down.
Yeah, write that down.
Somebody get me my notebook.
Wife, I've had another idea. Bring me the notebook. And she's like, not the notebook. And he's like, give it to me.
I had an idea.
Oh God. Yeah, no, I don't want it when I close my eyes. I see that.
Yeah, I hate that.
Let's get rid of it.
And I hate how shiny the thighs are, so it really draws your attention to that.
Ugh. Let's move on to the Siam. The Siam. Insert Donkey Kong noises here.
What?
The Siam is giant. The Siam is huge. It is almost double the size of Alex. Now, the theory of what the Siam is supposed to represent is actually supposed to be representative of Alex's feelings towards his parents, in that how they were basically it seemed like their dynamic went. You see, if you look at the Siam, it's 2 people. It is a large man carrying a woman on its back, right?
A woman who appears to be kind of screaming and held down and unable to do anything.
Exactly. And that is the theory that like the Siam represents, is that Adam Shepard, you know, Alex's father, basically forced his wife to do everything that, I mean, how do you explain that to your wife? That it's just like, hey, I love you, let's get together, have kids. Also, by the way, we need to have at least 2 because I gotta kill one of them so that monsters don't come back. You know?
Yeah.
And he's like, and also, I'm going to be abusive towards the one that we're going to kill just so we don't make an attachment to it, and you're not going to be able to help him. Because she never did. She never helped Alex. One of the first things Alex says to his mother is, don't act like you ever gave a damn about me. You only ever cared about Josh. And that's it. So, the Siam, as theoried, is the representation of Adam Shepard dragging his wife along into all of these horrendous, horrific things that he has to do as a descendant of one of the founding families. And again, her being bound, being unable to do anything is represented there. And Adam's whole, like, you can see he's wearing military boots. The monster is wearing military boots just like Adam. Was more of a abusive, angry, forceful individual. So I completely agree with it. I completely agree with that one, because looking at it, it is a great design of that, because you can tell the woman who is part of it can't do anything. She is just along for the ride and is being forced to be along for the ride.
I
While
think it's also worth pointing out here that she's kind of being held in a birthing pose almost.
good point. There is a lot of representation of Earth in these monsters I have found with Silent Hill Homecoming.
Mm-hmm.
So, anybody want to like jump on the theories?
I mean, honestly, you kind of
Mm.
got it down there a little bit, but
Yeah.
obviously, you look at it, it's very there are two things there and only one is leading.
Yeah.
The other does not want to be there. Also very obvious.
Mhm.
I just really the only thing I had to add was like the birthing pose there, because that is what she's there for.
Hmm.
She has to have the baby to kill, and she's being forced to do that as well, kind of.
Right. And there is like another thing that I want. Well, Doodle, did you have something you wanted to add?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, you know, seeing the other, I guess, monsters, and then compared to this one, and I get what you say now when you were talking about how before some of the monsters, you know, they didn't really have, I guess, a story to tell. They're very like one-dimensional, but this one has a lot going on, and I like that. I like that.
And so
Yeah.
there is like
A story.
I think the other thing that I really like about this monster, one thing that really gets me is the fact that how it's like representing his parents. I love that she is not absolved. She is still a part of this, you know? Because this very easily, the Siam could have just been big, like, gorilla man, you know? Like, that's it.
Mhm.
And it's just, that's Alex. Or that's Adam, right? But
Yeah.
his mother was a part of it. His mother was there. His mother was like a part of the whole process, but she never did anything, because that goes to the whole idea of abuse. Like abuse, like it's usually like for child abuse and stuff like that, it's usually like, oh, well, this person never did anything to stop the other person. It's like, okay, so they're as at fault as the other, like as anyone else. So I think that's what is being represented here, was that even though she is bound, being forced to come along with this, she still never did anything to stop it. You know, she allowed Adam to mistreat Alex all the time. She allowed him to force Alex to believe that he was nothing to the family, that Josh was the only good child, which is why she went catatonic. And being forced to go along with that, and then just being, but still being there in this monster, being represented in this monster, shows Alex's mindset of she was there and she did nothing to stop it, you know?
Being complicit is its own form of abuse. Even if you weren't the one actively doing it, you took part.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that's like the theories that I want to put for that one. Y'all have anything else y'all want to add before we rate?
Nope.
All right. I'm going to give this one a Siam. I am actually going to give this one a 10 out of 10. I think it is up there with Smog. It looks really good. I love the design and everything. I love the monster itself, but it wins so many points, just so many points for me from being as representative as it is. Like, it was just being like I think a good, like, I know that a lot of people will say like, oh, well, it's kind of ham-fisted. I mean, it's like this and that. No, I think this is how representation of a feeling for Silent Hill to create a monster should be. This is how it should be, because you can look at this. I feel like, Doodle, even though you have not played the games, you have not seen like anything on the games really, if I put this creature in front of you, I still believe, even if I didn't say anything, even if I said like it represents something, I feel like after a while you'd be like, that looks like a man and a woman. and the woman looks like she's being forced there, I feel like you would start to get it, you know?
That's what I was gonna bring up when I rate it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna 10 out of 10 for it for that reason.
I'm gonna give it a 9. It's very, very good. It's not my favorite ever, but it is very, very good.
Okay. Respectful. Doodle.
I think it's a 10, and I mean, this is the first time I'm ever seeing it, and like you said, right when it popped up. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, I'm still alive. We're doing the rating of the monsters, and then we are going to go over the story of Silent Hill Homecoming and the story of Silent Hill 2. Pass. No, this is not smash or pass, bud. It's okay. That'll be later on down the line. That'll be later on.
Let them say what they want. I'll hear
True.
them out.
You're gonna hear them out.
No, not for this one. This one grosses me out.
Well,
but-
they did say pass. We did
Yeah.
keyboard. We did say that one of the ideas we had was for a fun video we're going to do when I have played every Silent Hill and we have reacted to every Silent Hill. We're going to go over every single monster in Silent Hill and do a smash or pass list together, all three of us, and possibly with another friend. Trust me, like I said, as a robot, I don't understand these things, but my coaches, these two and another one, do, so they'll be able to help us with this whole smash or pass thing. But that'll be later on. That'll be later on. This one is a pass because it doesn't have any hands. Well, the problem is it does have hands, actually. Well, it does. Look, there's the hands, right? Like, look. I was pointing. Why was I pointing? There's hands right here. I'm a VTuber and I'm pointing. Yeah, look, here's the hands right there. See, there's the woman.
No, thank
Hands. Got hands. And then just the big murder clubs that it has. They got hands. But Doodle, you there?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
just didn't want to interrupt.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I was gonna say, like you said, without even saying anything, I kind of picked up on, you know, what this represented, and it kind of hits close to home for me. Like, you know, kind of abusive father, probably, with
Mhm.
a mother who's not really doing anything. I feel like it kind of makes me a little emotional.
Hmm. Okay. I'm
But I
I'm
think
sorry
it's
that the
cool.
Siam hurts you so bad.
No.
No, it does not have eyes. It does not have eyes. It does have a face though. It's right there. It just kind of looks too featureless. I'll agree with that. But yeah, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Siam good. So
Yeah.
moving on,
Mhm.
we are in the bosses. The Spulcher. I wouldn't carve your initials into this tree. This creature, now this is one thing that I do need to say about the boss monsters. The boss monsters actually do have a representation and a lore that is basically set, because for this game, what's in its mouth? I'm getting to that. So, the Spulcher is a representation of Joey Bartlett. Joey Bartlett was was the son of Sam Bartlett, who was the mayor of of Shepherd's Glen, and in accordance with the pact, he had to sacrifice his own son, his own child, to maintain that basically monsters wouldn't come and destroy them like Silent Hill. Well, the Spulcher is the representation of Joey, who, in accordance with the thing, had to be buried alive. Now, what is in its mouth is basically either theorized to be, choking on dirt, or Sam Bartlett had to gag his own son before throwing him into the ground and burying him. And then, when this guy, brings forth the watch that Joey was given by Sam. Sam, upon seeing this, throws it to the ground. The watch sinks into the dirt, and it brings forth the Spulcher, which is, as I said, Joey. Because for one, Joey enjoyed plants. Joey enjoyed the greenhouse. He enjoyed all of this, but he was also bound as it has no legs. His fingers are fused together. He looks like a tree. He's basically supposed to be a tree, and his mouth is filled with either dirt or a gag that put him into the ground. So this is either a representation of Joey itself or a representation of Sam's own torment over having to kill his own son. And Sam is right here because he got squished by Joey, or the Spulcher, who literally, upon seeing him, Sam started to beg for mercy, and then he got smashed by the hand. What are y'all's thoughts?
I think it's ugly.
It is very
Yeah.
ugly.
Mhm.
I do like the nasty coming out of its like mouth. Good
Mhm.
addition. Lots going on there.
That dirt looks like it'll give me a disease. It probably would if that, yeah, I wouldn't touch it.
Yeah, it might.
What about you, Doodle? Do you have anything you want to like say or add? Like maybe some things to look like at it?
No.
Okay. No, that's fine. I was gonna say, if you got nothing you want to say about it, that's fine. One thing that I will say, there is something else that I noticed, because I was basically regurgitating what I know from the wiki. But if you look like right here, you can see an eye poking out, it looks like. And I had the idea that I wonder, along with the gag, like if this is a gag that got put in his mouth or him choking on the dirt, I wonder if this is supposed to be a bag over his face. So it's just really messed up when you think about it, because
Yeah.
this is a representation of a child. Now, we are going to move on to, or wait, we gotta rate. For the Spulcher, I'm going to give them a 3. No, 4. I'm going to give them a 4. Reason being, it's a very ugly, very like, I'm not going to say scary. It's just very like displeasing to look at, you know? Like, obviously, if you saw this in real life, you'd be scared, but you kind of wouldn't be too scared if you saw this behind like bulletproof glass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like-
yeah.
Yeah, if you just saw it like
Well-
walking by, you'd just be like, ugh.
No, I think I'd be a little scared, actually.
Well, I'm saying like if you were safe from it, is what I'm saying.
No, I think even seeing that would be pretty, pretty scary.
Well, I guess that's where we diverge in this yellow wood. I feel like if it couldn't get to me, I'd just be like, that's creepy, but I'd just be more like a, not a, ah! You know?
You say that now until I put one of those in your home.
I don't think it would fit in my home.
You live in a trench.
Oh, well, no,
The
that's a good point.
Mariana Trench.
Yeah, that
Trees
thing is
cannot
big.
survive down here, so I don't got nothing to
You
worry
don't know
about.
that. Have you tried? I'm
No.
sending him.
Oh no. All right, well, what is your idea then? What do you rate it?
I'll give him a 5. He's not like super standout, but I don't mind his design. He's just a little generic, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, he has no leg, he walk on arm. Scary guy.
Okay. Doodle.
Yeah, I think a 5. I think the fingers look really good, I guess.
Yeah.
And he's big.
Well, this one didn't have feet, so they really had to give like they have to get some attention to the hands. Doodle, what were you insinuating just then?
No, no, that's a child.
That's why I was like, Doodle. What are you saying?
No, I feel like their hands are, like you said, the most noticeable thing.
They are. They're very good looking hands, I'll admit. I like that the
Yeah.
2 fingers are fused. I really like that.
Mhm.
And he is big. All right. Next boss. Scarlet. Scared of dolls? Check. Are you scared of spiders? Check.
This one's good.
So Scarlet Scarlet is a lot of people who enjoy this game. Scarlet is the favorite of almost like everybody when it comes to bosses, because Scarlet is a very, very well-made boss in terms of design and in terms of how it fights. Now, Scarlet is a representation of, you guessed it, Scarlet Fitch. Doc Fitch, being one of the founding members, had to sacrifice his own daughter to the to the basically gods of Silent Hill to maintain Shepherd's Glen. Now, a few things. For one, Scarlet really loved dolls, hence why Scarlet looks like this. And another thing that is supposed to be a representation is that how Scarlet was sacrificed was by dismemberment. Scarlet had to be reduced to pieces, had to be, while alive, cut to pieces. And so one thing that is represented here, or at least in theory, is that you can see where every joint seems to be bleeding. And you can see that it is supposed to be a representation of being dismembered. As you can see that it seems like this arm is ripped out of its socket. This arm, it seems like everything is pushed back together instead of just being one cohesive unit. And, you know, it's also theorized that, like, as you can see, like, the breasts are also, like, cut off as well and placed back on. The jaw is cut off and placed back on. And yeah, in her second form, when all of the outer layer is gone, because she has a second layer, she moves around like a spider crawling along the floor. Now, this is also represented by the fact that apparently Scarlet and oh my god, what is Josh? I kept wanting to say Jonathan. Josh, and Scarlet were actually really good friends apparently, and they both really liked bugs. And yeah, so that's like where probably the spider-like movements came along. And yeah, that's pretty much like what is known. If y'all want to add anything that y'all have an idea with.
Nope, I really like the use of dolls here, because dolls, she was dismembered, using all the different like jointed pieces to represent all the parts that like come apart without actually just having a dismembered body. That's good imagery. Like,
Doodle. Oh,
it makes it all look disconnected because obviously it's a doll.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree completely. Doodle, you got anything you want to say?
I don't think I have anything else to add that you guys haven't already said.
Okay. Well, there is something that I want to say now that we have gotten through Scarlet and technically Joey. There is something about Silent Hill Homecoming that is very interesting when it comes to the children who become like bosses, right? So, it is revealed of how, like, if you go through the lore and everything, you know, pick up pieces, all that, you get to find out that basically Sam Bartlett spoiled Joey, gave him everything he wanted. One of the things he says, and when he's drunk standing in the greenhouse, is, I did everything I could. I gave him everything. Anything he asked for, I got it for him. And so he spoiled him just to the point where he would have a good life up to the point he was going to be sacrificed. But when he did that, when Joey comes back, Joey kills him. Now, go to Scarlet. Scarlet was also spoiled by her father, Doc Fitch. You can see she had her own room in the hospital where, you know, his little doctor's office. She had her own room. She got every doll she ever wanted. He gave her everything. And then when she comes back, she looks to him, cradles him, he begs for forgiveness, and she kills him. For the same reason, being that if I give them a great life, then it'll make up for the fact that I have to sacrifice them. Now, that being said, we move on to the next. Oh, we got to rate. I'm gonna rate Scarlet a 9 out of 10. I think Scarlet is an amazing boss, an amazing like fight. I really, really liked everything about her. The only reason that I'm not giving her a 10 is mainly because I feel like they maybe could have went just maybe one step further, you know? Like I feel like they maybe could have went just like one little step further, but that's the only thing keeping it from being a 10 out of 10 for me. Like already what she has is great, but that's my opinion.
I'm giving it a 9 too. I love this one.
Yeah. Doodle.
That's-
Oh, good.
Sorry. I don't know. I don't think they needed to go further. I think, cause I don't know, the disjointed joint look with the puppet kind of thing going on. I feel like it goes hard. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'll agree completely. Doodle.
I think I would give it like an 8. I do like the doll design and the colors of it, but I feel like by now Spider's kind of overdone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like I
Understand.
feel like pick a different shape. I don't know.
I can understand that. When it's, I'm gonna tell you this, if you go back and watch like the stream where I fought this thing, when it skitters at you, ugh.
Mm.
Yeah, because it covers some ground really fast. And so now we move on to the asphyxia. Hey, we need a boss. How scary should it be? Yes. Asphyxia.
Wow.
Yeah. I'll let you have a moment to take in what you're looking at.
Human centipede.
Yeah. There you go.
Mm.
So, Asphyxia was the daughter of Judge Holloway, and she is Nora Holloway, also the sister of Elle Holloway, who we know, who our friend is, our one we leave Silent Hill with in the good ending, which I got. Nora, as with the other children, was sacrificed by her parent, Judge Holloway, and she had to be sacrificed by asphyxiation. Upon being asphyxiated, you know, obviously she died, sacrificed, all that. Her design is supposed to represent, for one, as it's showing right now, the hands are away from her mouth. Throughout the fight, these hands stay over her mouth at all times. At all times, the hands are just covering the mouth, and the only way to kill her, to actually beat the boss, is to force her to breathe. You have to pull the hands from the mouth and force her to breathe. Doing so
I hate
immediately
that.
kills her. Oh yeah, it's really messed up. This actually, for asphyxia, I feel like does not get as much attention as it should, because this is a very, very good boss fight, and in my opinion, the best one for the children. Oh no, it's all good, keyboard. No smashing right now. These are children. No, wait. These are children. So the thing is that, for one, her design is inspired by, for one, the centipede from Alice in Wonderland, because that was her favorite book. There's a lot of representation here that goes to the wayside that a lot of people don't notice. One of them being that, obviously this is the model. Usually you can see, like right here, the hand covering what you can guess. These hands usually cover the chest, and these hands cover these chests, and these hands cover the mouth. What it is like representing of is obviously like trying to cover yourself, trying to, you know, what you're being seen as, all that. And it's a very, very sad idea of how Nora felt when she died, because she was trying to cover herself, trying to breathe for air. She is constantly screaming, you know, against the hands. And again, the only way to kill her, to kill this monster, is to actually pull the hands away from the mouth and force her to breathe. Really sad, really messed up, but in my opinion, the best one. The best, like, one of the main bosses for this game because of just all the detail that went into it and how it is supposed to be representing Nora Holloway. Sophie, hi! Haven't seen you in a while. Oh, and thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Heck yeah, 2 months. Hell yeah. We are going over the monsters and bosses of Silent Hill Homecoming, and we're about to go over Silent Hill 2's monsters and bosses, and also go over the stories of them. But, as I was saying, this, yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to jump in, it's fine. You know, we can, like, talk about it. But, again, out of the main bosses for Homecoming, I think Asphyxia is, quote-unquote, the best in terms of, like, if you just keep looking, you see more and more detail that you don't want to see, but you also just, it makes it even, like, better. I put in big air quotes. The Scarlet's my favorite. We just did Scarlet. We just, like, went over Scarlet. She's also really good. We really liked her. But
Do you notice how the feet are also hands?
I was about to say that because my theory as to why the feet are hands is also supposed to be because, again, the last thing Nora saw was the hands of her own mother, like, just choking the life out of her, asphyxiating her. So I think that's the only thing she saw, and that's why she is represented this way.
I like that, like, covered in arms and hands, like clawing at a way out almost. Like you have the ones under the skin, specifically like reaching for the lungs, it looks like. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna
Yeah.
say, go back to Scarlet. I didn't see. We'll go back to Scarlet. This is in presentation mode, so as soon as this is done, well, let me see real quick. No, wait. No, it won't work like that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is Scarlet, by the way, keyboard. If you're scared of dolls, check, and scared of spiders, check. But we'll look at this for a moment. Age, a child. They were all like under, I think they were like, I can't remember. They're each like a different age, but I know that none of them got past like basically childhood. Yeah, they were all children. But yeah, so talking about Asphyxia, what are y'all's, like, do y'all want to add anything to it?
This one, it has like a very. This one is pretty apparent. Even if you didn't know the story of the game, like there's a desperation in all like the hands and the clawing away, like digging out of themselves. Yeah.
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 A very depressing one. Very depressing.
Very.
Doodle, you got anything?
No, I think you both said
Yeah.
good things.
Okay. But yes, keyboard, the only way to kill Asphyxia is you remove these hands. Like, these hands are usually covering the mouth, and these hands are usually covering the breasts. The hands up here have to be removed. Basically pull them apart, forcing her to breathe, which kills her. Very sad, extremely sad. My favorite of the bosses, though, which is why I'm giving it a 10. Which is why I'm giving it a 10 out of 10. I think Asphyxia is exactly what the bosses should be, like, personally, because there is just so much. Like I said, you look at this creature more and more, and you just notice more and more that you didn't want to notice, you know, because it was only like on a recent like playthrough, looking through, like when I was making this, that I noticed the hand covering, you know, the lower area. Just, yeah, and as B put it, just the clawing desperation, pulling at the lungs that you can see in some of the like designs. Just, I just think this is how the bosses should be.
Yeah, it's good. Again, 9 though.
9.
There's something. I don't know. There's something about it. I can't decide. I can't put my finger on. I do really, really like it though.
I can understand a 7 keyboard. I can also understand Doodle.
Mm,
Yeah, these are
I
all
think I
out of
would
10,
give it
by
a-
the way.
I would give it a 10.
Okay.
I think it's really unique, and I especially like. I guess the way you kill her is cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, we're all here then. All right, moving on to the Amnion. Yeah, no, this speaks for itself. And we just fought this.
Yeah.
The Amnion is supposed to represent, yeah, the Amnimon. If this is in Digimon, you need to like throw away whatever copy of Digimon you have. So, the Amnion is, if I remember right, supposedly supposed to represent basically the like the rebirth of Josh. The rebirth of Joshua through Alex's eyes, which is why, if you actually look at this face, does this face seem familiar?
No.
Well,
Oh.
this face is the face of Alex's mother.
Oh.
This is the exact face of Alex and Josh's mother.
No question. Do
Yeah?
you know why the face does that thing? Where it,
Oh,
like,
the accordion?
separates? Yeah.
I have no idea. No clue.
Oh no.
No absolute clue. Just to make you scared, and I'm not gonna lie, it works.
It does work. That very ominous.
I don't know why they thought that to put that in, but you know, chef's kiss, it was great.
Maybe
So-
it's some like vague almost reference, I guess, like, oh, everybody has many faces hidden whatever, you know.
True.
Oh, yeah.
So again, Amnion is supposed to represent like a rebirth for Josh, as well as supposed to be a representation of Alex's point of view of Josh as well. Because for one, Josh really loved bugs, especially spiders, which, as you can see, they're the spiders. Also, the fact that Josh is inside of the Amnion, like as we see in the end when Josh comes out after cutting the Amnion open, it basically like shows Josh being trapped and that Alex feels like he needs to like take him out. But at the same time, and this is where my theory is coming in, it's kind of also double-edged because the Amnion at this point is protecting Josh. The Amnion technically isn't hurting Josh. The Amnion is helping him. It's going to give birth to him. It's going to bring him back, you know? But is that what basically what you would want? Is that what Josh would want? Because at this point, Alex remembers. Alex knows that Josh is dead, but he also knows Josh is in that thing. So where my theory comes in is that I feel like the Amnion is supposed to be where you see this like whole thing with the accordion head. I think this is supposed to be a representation of a halo. Now hear me out on this. I think it's supposed to represent a halo from the point of view of like either a guardian angel, someone who could protect Josh, because that's what Alex wanted. Alex in his whole mind wanted to be protective of Josh, but who was the one who actually protected Josh? Their mother. That was the one who was protecting him. That was the one who gave him everything. That was the one who sacrificed everything for Josh, never for Alex. She is fighting Alex right now, but again, she's not fighting Alex. Her eyes are closed. She is focused solely on helping Josh, which is why this tube that you see going to the mouth also goes. Now, with that, she is giving everything to Josh to help him, but Alex can't let that happen. He knows that Josh is there. He knows that Josh needs to be let out because he's not a baby. He's dead. He needs to move on. And so, like I said, I think it's a double-edged thing. I think it's Alex believing that he's saving Josh, but the Amnion is protecting him like a guardian. At least that's where my theory goes.
I don't know. I just hate looking at it.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should. It's
Yeah.
made to be hated. Why do you think this says, yeah, no, This speaks for itself.
Like genuinely sickening. Like I keep
It
just
just-
looking away from
yeah.
the computer.
You don't want to look at this thing. No one should want to look at this thing. And that is a very good thing for a boss.
Yeah, like it's a horror game, but ugh.
Yeah, just I love that.
Ugh.
I love that also, by the way, for y'all here that didn't see me fight the Amnion, B and Doodle saw me fight it. B has played this game before, and B didn't remember this. I think this
Yeah,
was
I was
just
a
cut
kid when
out
I
of your.
played.
I think this was cut out of your brain. You were just like, I don't want to remember this. I'm not gonna commit this to memory.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that again as soon as we finish here. Actually, I'm just gonna gone.
We're just gonna be in Minecraft. I'm just gonna be like, do you remember the Amnion B? And you're just gonna be like, the what? Is that a Digimon? But y'all have anything y'all want to add besides the fact that it is very disgusting to look at?
No, I'm good at least. I won't say
Yeah,
we're
I'm
good.
good.
Okay. Well, that is all of the monsters in Silent Hill Homecoming. Now, we do have about an hour and 20 minutes. We could move on to Silent Hill 2. Or do y'all want to go over the story? Well, I think going over the story would be pretty quick for Silent Hill Homecoming.
Hmm.
So, a little TLDR. Silent Hill Homecoming is taking place in Shepherd's Glen, a city just off of Silent Hill. We are in control of Alex Shepard. Alex comes back looking for his brother after being deployed in the military. Comes back to find out that, yeah, you guessed it, after fighting off everything, that is, okay, bye keyboard, but that he fights through all of this to find out that apparently the founders of Shepherd's Glen had to sacrifice their own children just to stave off Silent Hill overtaking them and creating things like the Amnion that you see before you. With that, I want to ask, like, to finish out the story, Alex figures out that through this, also Josh is dead, but not from sacrifice. Josh is dead because Alex accidentally killed him on a boat in the middle of the water in the middle of the night for an undisclosed reason. Upon doing so, he has a mental break. He actually isn't in the military. He was in a psychiatric ward. Comes back, faces his demons, and then depending on the ending, there's a few. Because there's obviously a UFO ending where all that happens is, I think, Alex gets abducted by aliens asking where his brother is, if they know where his brother is. And I think the aliens say yes, or they just abduct him. And then Wheeler comes out. Yeah, Wheeler is alive, by the way, canonically, according to the ending, that he survived 5 knives in his chest using just a first aid kit. So,
Oh yeah, you just put a band-aid on it.
Just-
He's fine.
just so you know, Wheeler is alive. Now, the other endings, now this is something I wanted to go over before we talk about like the whole intricacies of this game. So the ending we got is known as the, I believe, moving on or the good ending. In which point, Alex faces his demons, he realizes what he needed, and him and Elle leave Silent Hill. They leave Shepherd's Glen happily ever after. Yay! Bad ending.
Yippee.
Bad ending. I went over it already. The Boogeyman ending. Alex becomes the Boogeyman. He becomes Pyramid Head. Ooh.
Don't seem so bad to me.
If you had the chance to be Pyramid Head, would you? Yes.
If I get to be that ripped like instantly, yes,
Oh, God.
absolutely.
Doodle. Doodle, please.
No, I agree.
Dang.
Oh my god, what if we were Pyramid Head together and we kissed?
Together? Ah!
How would you kiss? There's a-
We would
Smash our heads
yeah,
together.
we'd be like bong. You just hear that in another room.
just-
Bong, bong, bong.
We're just sitting down here in the
Oh,
trench
we
and all like
bonging in there.
We bonging.
that's all I hear in the other like room, like or in the Discord. It's just like, oh, you came over. Dong. It's just the Taco Bell bong 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 bong.
Yeah, literally.
I forgot to lock the door, but you just know not to come in when you hear that.
Yeah, sure. But
Bong.
Bong.
there is one more ending I wanted to go over though. There is an ending where oh no, there's two more endings. One of them is you wake up in the bathtub and Adam walks in, you know, your father, and he drowns you. Saying that he thinks that this will make it to where everything is right. That he has to make everything right. So there's that ending. And that ending sucks, in my opinion. And then there's this ending. This is what I wanted to talk about, B, because you brought it up. There's an ending where Alex wakes up on the hospital bed and he is getting electroshock therapy. And he looks around asking what happened. Where's Josh? Where is everybody? And then they say we need to up the voltage, and then they shock him again, implying that when they shock him, he goes into his own subconscious into Silent Hill. So technically there is the ending where it was all a dream.
We love our schizophrenic king.
We do.
No, but I feel like that's actually fitting for this because it is Silent Hill is created by your psyche basically. Like yeah, there's evil things going on, there's cults and all sorts of stuff. But at its core, it is just what you put in it from your own brain.
Exactly.
It's your own personal nightmare, and that can manifest itself in a lot of ways. He doesn't
Exactly.
have to be physically there. I mean, that's what they're doing with the new game. Silent Hill is not in Silent Hill, but this it is the concept stays. And I'm okay with that.
Same.
It tracks.
Same. Doodle, you got any opinion about the story of Silent Hill Homecoming?
No, but I will have to, you know, rewatch your stream.
Well,
'Cause
you're
I
in
only saw
luck.
that last bit.
I'll say, well, you're in luck because I played through the whole game, so you can watch it on YouTube. Bebop Love. Come check me out.
It's a good plug for
Yeah,
that.
I get that good little plug and a wink. But but no, there is like one thing I wanted to ask because obviously, you know, we went through all of Silent Hill Homecoming now. We've hit the major points. We've gone over the monsters. I just have a question for y'all. What is your opinion on the founding members of like the founding families in Silent Hill Homecoming? Because I feel like there is a very large room for debate about whether they were doing the right thing or they were doing the wrong thing. Because you have the right thing of keeping Silent Hill from taking over this small city and, you know, have what's happening now. But the children, what is y'all's idea based on that? The whole
I feel like there's
necessary evil.
There's a lot of nuance there because while I do think it's reasonable to want to keep the evil away, I don't think like, you know, torturing your own children to do it, I don't think I would be able to do that. And I don't think, even though you want to keep these bad things away, I don't think like,
You don't think
do
it's
they
worth
deserve
it?
that?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
So
I
I don't
can
know.
agree.
I don't think I would.
I can understand. Doodle. I'll say we're not talking about the whole thing. We're just talking about the like, what is your idea of like the whole? Do you think the necessary evil of sacrificing their own children to stave off Silent Hill? What are you thinking about that? Like, do you think it's like pure just this is horrendous? There is no way to explain it to where it actually is necessary, Or is there a, well, do it?
No, I feel like there's no justification for that.
Yeah.
Like just point blank.
No, I can agree. I can agree completely.
Yeah.
Like if it were up to me, I would just die.
Yeah, literally.
Like don't give me the
killing
option.
myself.
Well, I think like one thing that was done really well with this game, the reason I wanted to bring this up, the thing that was done really well with this game is that it actually showed the personalities of the people who actually did it. Because for one, these people were raised with the cult. You know, they were raised knowing that when they get older, they're going to have to kill their children. They knew this. But, and this is where it gets crazy, but they reacted so human, like so humanly, right? Like Fitch and I keep wanting to say Judge Holloway, not her. She was like just straight up evil about it. But for Joey and Sam, or for Sam and Doc Fitch, they both went crazy. Sam Bartlett just started digging up graves and drinking so heavily that he was always in a drunken stupor. And Doc Fitch resorted to hurting himself, like cutting his own skin open to, as he put it, bleed out the sin. It actually showed them going insane from like what they did. It wasn't just a, oh yeah, I had to get rid of my kid, whoop, whoop, and they're gone. No. Even with all of the brainwashing, even with all of this programming in their head, they were still human, and it showed. It showed how broken they became over doing something so horrendous that I don't think anyone would believe it was necessary, but they did it. And it shows why they went as crazy as they did. The only one who didn't go crazy was Judge Holloway, who I think was what the cult, basically a representation of what the cult would have wanted a person to be. Because Judge Holloway was, yep, we gotta do this. You could have done it better, but you didn't. I'm gonna do it myself. That sort of thing. She was so brainwashed. She was psychopathic, even towards her own daughter. And I think that's why I bring it up, is because I think that's such a good way of showing human emotion towards something so inhuman.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where Silent Hill Homecoming gets me, like, so heavy, is that I feel like it does it so well, and I feel like a lot of people overlook it when it comes to Silent Hill Homecoming. They just see like, oh, well, you know, like, it's the same thing. Like, I know you said as a joke before, B, but that is something that a lot of people say. They'll just be like, wow, it's crazy. He went to Silent Hill and the person he's looking for is dead, but it was his fault. Wow, so original. And it's like, yeah, it sucks, but look how well they did it. Just, they did it really well, in my opinion. So, with that being said, do y'all have anything else y'all want to say about Homecoming?
No. We've been talking for a while. I think we got the points out there.
Yeah, I think we did. I think we got it.
Yeah. I think I got a better understanding of what's going on.
Perfect.
Weird stuff.
Now, we get to move on. Be right back as I get the next one ready. Let me make sure this is working. There we go. And we are back with Silent Hill 2. Time to go over these monsters. Now, we'll start off. The creepers. We're going to need 2 cans of Raid for this
man.
one.
We back in the mine.
Oh my god. Now, the bugs, the creepers, they represent, as usual, decay. Decay of either psyche or decay of the place itself. Bug.
So, I will say for this one, it is just a bug. It's not even like a really cool design of a bug. However, I really like how it's used in the game sometimes. To like, with the radio specifically.
Yes.
It'll, you'll be like, oh, I'm hearing a lot of radios, and then it's just a bug, and then it like, you kind of calm down a little bit, and as soon as you kill the bug, something else jumps out and attacks you, and you're not expecting it. Or, it's been too quiet for too long and you start hearing the radio and you're like, oh,
Some-
you get that suspense going and it bug.
No, they did. They used the bugs very well in Silent Hill 2. Doodle, you got anything you wanna like add about the bugs?
What did they do?
Same thing as the swarm in Silent Hill Homecoming. They just like they set off your radio to where you hear something around, as B put it, and then they just fly like in the air, and then they attack you, and then that's it. Big bug. They're just big bug.
Gonna need 2 cans of Raid
Yeah,
and
we're
a big
going-
boot.
I need 2 cans of Raid. So, you got anything you want to say about it?
Nah, that gets the point across. It's a bug.
Yeah.
Yeah, bug.
Bug. All right. Well, I'm gonna rate the
Like
bug.
it's 2 big bugs.
A 2 big bug.
Bug.
Bug. All right. So, creepers, I'm gonna give them a 3. I'm gonna give them a 3 out of 10. The only reason they're not lower is because, well, for one, they are just bug. But I will also agree with what B said. I believe that their use in Silent Hill 2, especially Silent Hill 2, the remake, was phenomenal. So I'm giving them a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, 3 sounds right.
Okay. Doodle.
I'm giving that thing a 2.
It's a bug.
Big bug.
All right. Moving on. The bubble nurse. The bubble head nurse. The outfit is very important to the character, I swear to God. Yeah.
The smash.
the smash. So, as it has been said before, this one, like the bubblehead nurse, is believed to represent James's basically like repress sexual urges, especially in being in the hospital so many times with his wife, that, you know, being with his wife, who sexual frustration. Yeah, there you go. His sexual frustration, being in the hospital with his wife, being around nurses and stuff like that, and not being able to really be with his wife, you know, like in that way. So, it's the nurses. Would you like to add? Would y'all like to add any of y'all's opinion to this of what y'all think it might also represent, or anything I might have missed?
So these ones, when they're wandering around in their weird little fidgety walk, you can kind of hear them gurgling. Because they're also supposed to have, like some relation to how James smothered his wife. They can't breathe under there. You see that thing like tied really tight around their neck?
Yeah.
It is direct connection to the
Yeah.
the not breathing.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've beaten the game. I'm pretty sure people will know that there's gonna be spoilers here.
Yeah,
If
I know.
I-
I was just
yeah.
trying to find my words.
Oh
feel
yeah,
like
I thought you were
lost
trying to be
them.
like the whole you know, the pillow, you know, just
Nah.
the one
At this
hit
point,
KO pillow.
you know what? Silent Hill 2's been out since like the 90s, maybe.
Yeah.
If you don't know, that's on you.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah. That's on you, dude.
You know what?
I've never
Everyone
seen that woman
except
before.
you.
It's like 23 years old. Yeah, it is. It is. God, it is almost 20, it is almost 23 years old. God. Dang. But Doodle, would you like to add anything about what you believe like might be represented here?
No, because I feel like it's probably this similar to the other nurse
Yeah.
from what I said.
Okay. Well, if nobody has anything else they want to add about it, we can rate them. I'm going to rate the bubblehead nurse. I'm going to give them a 7. A 7 out of 10. It came out in 2001, so 24? Oh, God.
Ooh.
Oof. I think my. Did y'all hear that? I think my bones
No.
just turned to dust.
Your bone breaking.
Yeah.
I'm
I-
decaying rapidly.
there's
Thank
just-
you.
Oh my god. I'm gonna be like Captain America, just like, oh, I don't think I will soon. Hey, you
Oh,
wanna
she gets a
stream?
10 from me, by the way, from the same reason I said for the other nurse. They are outside of Pyramid Head. They're the first thing you'll think of. They are icons.
True.
Love her. I dressed up as her for Halloween. Not that one, I guess, because I didn't do that head. But
Mhm.
I didn't want to make it. So I
Bubblehead
did
Nurse
them.
for me is a 10 because I have a chibi tattoo of her. Oh yeah, I forgot,
Oh.
Sophie, you do.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's really. I was gonna say you have that, and then I think you said you have. Oh, what were your other tattoos? I know they were like really cool. Oh, but yeah, no, I can respect the 10s from both of y'all.
Yeah, she deserves it.
She
Queen.
do. Especially like, especially when her form of like healing comes with a lead pipe.
Mhm. She's just punishing James for being a whore.
Yeah.
Slut
Oh, yeah.
shaming him. Yes, you should, Queen.
Pyramid Head Chibi, James Chibi, Mary Chibi, and Heather Chibi.
Oh,
That
I
is-
love that.
That is so cute. I want to see that tattoo those tattoos at some point. I love tattoos. I think they're so freaking cool, especially Silent Hill tattoos. You don't see those enough. Doodle.
Oh, a 10. Especially
10.
that middle picture.
Do I have a Discord? Yes, I do, Sophie. My Discord, it should be in the description on Twitch. You should be able to follow the link and join. Anybody is welcome to join, where you can talk and hang out and all that. But oh, and offer ideas for video game ideas for what I could play. But yeah, you want to join Discord? Heck yeah. But yeah, you give it a 10 as well, Doodle, especially for the
Oh,
picture in the middle.
yeah, I need you to zoom in on that.
Okay.
Enhance.
Enhance, enhance, enhance.
Look, look. Hey, Doodle, stop barking.
Ooh.
Happy to post tattoos. Heck yeah, and we'd be happy to see them. But yeah, no, I do like. I will say this: I don't know why they decided to make her like, I guess, just eat that much with the outfit in the middle picture, because that is an official picture. That's not fan art. Just
Oh,
yeah, I give them
I
that.
they were
assumed it
doing.
was.
They were like, they told someone to draw that, and look, you can even see the tension on the garter, like right there. That's nuts.
Yeah, and the belt around their waist is a little tight.
Yeah, it is. And you can see the thing that like B was talking about. You can actually see the choker that's like make it to where they're like choking.
Mhm.
Nuts. Really good. 10 out of 10. As I said, this, I swear the outfit is important to the character. Also, I love the difference between like this one, the original, and then just like how they look now. It's like, whoa.
Yeah,
I have joined.
everything got to be an
yeah.
upgrade from those PS2 graphics.
Welcome to the
Mm.
Discord, Sophie. We're happy to have you there. With a lying figure. You ever stop to ask if their nose itches? So, the lying figure is another creature that is known to be in multiple Silent Hill games. As I said, they are the ones with no arms, and they struggle against like their restraints. As I said, there's the lying figure, the smog, the straight jacket, multiple different ones. This one though, this lying figure is, I believe, the first one. I don't believe there was one in Silent Hill 1. If I am wrong, I apologize. But with this one, there are quite a few theories as to what it represents. For one, there is the idea of helplessness, because you're trapped. Like James was trapped in this like thing where he just, you know, he was trapped with his wife. He was trapped. Also, I don't know if you knew, but they have platform boots on. Yeah. I was going to talk about that. You can see like right here. That's why I wanted this picture in here. It wasn't just because it looks like he can look at his own cake. But no, so the lying figures, like there are a lot of like theories that roam around them. So I'm just going to put mine out there, like to explain what I believe they represent. Because there is like one thing, if you notice, there's a zipper right here going down the middle, but you have to look very closely. For my theory, I believe that for one, with the platform boots on, I know that like there is the idea that maybe they also represent a little bit of like sexual frustration, but it is, for my idea, I believe it is just supposed to represent how James felt like he was trapped in his marriage when Mary was going through her sickness, which is messed up to say, but that's just what I think it's supposed to be, because the only reason the zipper is there is that there is a way out, is how I see it. There is a way out of this trap. There is a way out of this hell. It's just, is he going to take it? You know?
There's a way out, but he doesn't use it.
Yeah. Well, I think, well, that's where my theory
Just makes
comes.
himself more miserable, and he's writhing around in there.
Right. So that's where my theory, that's what my theory is. I think it's supposed to represent his how he feels trapped, how he felt trapped in his marriage, and that even though he was trapped in there, he had no way of getting out. There was a way out all along, and it involved a pillow. But in doing so, if you open up the lying figure, most likely he's just going to die. So I think that was where, I think that's where I believe this monster is. I believe that's where it is, like as a, from my own standpoint. But I'm open to other opinions. What do y'all think this creature could represent?
I feel like, oh, hi, Bubba. Sorry, my cat jumped up on me and he scared me.
I like that it looks like he's looking at his own shoes, by the way. He's just like, damn. I really chose some good boots today.
He's like, I ate.
Yeah. He's probably thinking, how did I put these on?
When did I put these on?
Oh.
It could
Yeah,
be like
B?
a connection between, like, being trapped by his wife, but then you also have the, you know, they're wearing the high heels. So, like, imagining, but being trapped by her, but also imagining something else from her, like what he wants of her, like what he wants her to be. And that's also some form of prison to himself.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. That's good.
I'm trying to include the shoes a little bit.
No, the shoes are a part of it because that was a design choice that they kept, and it must have like some point, like, to it.
Mm-hmm.
What about
Because,
you?
I mean, he
Ooh,
is
which-
always expecting his, well, not expecting, but wanting his wife to be different things. That's how Maria ended up.
True.
She's like the ideal version, almost.
The overly sexualized, overly confident,
Yeah.
everything
Yeah.
version of Mary. Yeah. Doodle.
Which I guess piggybacking off of that could be him putting himself in her shoes and kind of, you know, not using the zipper to get out, but using the zipper to get in and getting stuck in there.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
I don't know, man.
No, that's actually, no, that's a great idea because, like, if he, like, if that's what the lying figure could represent, is his idea of what was it like, what Mary must have gone through, like, with her sickness and everything, because no one zipped him up in that thing. Like, if that's what it's representing, nothing could zip him up into it. He has to climb in and be zipped up. So
Or
it could.
He's just jealous of her shoes. Really wanted to wear them.
He's like, these would make my ass look fantastic. I swear.
Look at it.
Look at it. Look at how toned
He's
it
like, I'm
is
looking at it.
with my spine like a slinky. But yeah, no, I like that. I like that idea because yeah, he put himself in that position and now he's torturing himself imagining what she went through. Yeah. So, and that does go hand in hand with the whole like pyramid head thing of like, you know, being punished and judgment and everything. So, yeah, no, that's a good theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else y'all want to add before we rate?
Nah.
Alrighty. Well, Doodle.
No, I'm ready to rate.
Okay. I will rate the lying figure. I will rate them a 6 out of 10. And reason being, for one, it is a staple creature, but also in comparison to like the smog and all, I feel like it's a little one-toned, in my opinion. I do love it. It's a very good creature, but Just feel like it was just a little bit too one trick. 10 out of 10, my Spitty boys. Yeah, the Spitties really gave me a hard time, but hey, 10 out of 10, I'll respect it.
I give these bad boys a 7.
7.
Yeah.
Doodle.
I think I would give it like an 8. I think it's like hard to tell what's going on, but the more you look, it kind of reveals a little bit more of a story, I guess.
Right. I can respect that.
But it's kind of monotone a little bit.
Okay. Spitty boys. Now we will move on to the mannequin, aka the legs, hide and seek champs of Silent Hill. Yes, I still hate them. Yes, I'm still salty. Sophie remembers that very vividly. I'm pretty sure. I hate these things so much. So
I love them because they're scary.
I hate them so much because they're scary.
Well, the radio, it doesn't pick them up when they're hiding.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, no, that's great for a horror game.
It's great, but God, you go back and watch like all the times these things pop out. I sound so much like just a little scaredy little baby robot, but I'm not. I'm a big brave robot, I swear. And then these things just like will be hiding behind a freaking column, and I walk in and all of a sudden they're like, ah, and they kick me in the chest like they're giving me a defibrillator.
It sounds to me like you gotta check your corners.
No, these things just need to stop. Like, stop hurting me.
I love these things.
So the mannequins, aka the legs, there are a few like ideas about what they represent. Again, a lot of creatures in Silent Hill 2, as you can probably guess, are deeply related to so original Silent Hill 2 mannequins are very meh. The remake ones made me scream every 5 minutes, especially when they were doing spider things. Thank you,
That's true.
Sophie. Thank you.
You're playing a horror game. Do you not want to get scared?
I love getting scared in horror games. It's my
Why
favorite
are you
thing.
complaining?
But God, these things, like they'll just be like waiting, like just hiding, like I swear to God, if I could put a mod in this game just to make me laugh, I would just want it to where whenever these things move or they're hiding, they laugh like Patrick, because that was the only thing I could imagine. Because I would walk in and I'd be looking around this dark room and I would see something hiding under a cabinet, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Is that a man? And then all of a sudden it jumps out and kicks me in the chest. And I'm like, ah! You hate him. I was prepared for original Silent Hill 2 mannequins, not the funniest thing, the scariest thing ever. Sorry, funny. I didn't. Yeah, no, these things are scary.
That's how I felt about the boss fight with Eddie.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
Mm.
like it was always kind of a hard boss fight, but like something about the remake, it made it so much harder. Like the graphics are better. Why can I still not see anything?
Yeah. Well, I think that was like the point, because Eddie like makes the
I
whole
know.
like steam and everything, or not steam. It was like basically like his own fog in the freezer.
But like respectfully, he was rocking my shit.
Yeah. The remake Eddie boss fight was so hard. Sophie, yeah, you and B are on the
Yeah.
same wavelength right now.
That sucked.
I had to hard focus. You can go back and watch it. I had to hard focus that boss so bad because I had to listen for the click of the like gun, because he would have to pull the hammer back, and I knew that it was like click, a beat, and then I had to dodge, and I would hear the click and dodge, and he would already be aiming at me again to shoot, and so I would just get hit. Oh yeah, no, Eddie just rocked the shit out of us. All right, back to the mannequin. So the legs. These creatures, again, are a representation of James's like feelings towards Mary, like as is believed. These are another one that have a lot of like theories around them. So again, I'm gonna put my theories out there. I think, personally, that what these like legs are supposed to represent are a pure objectification of what he wanted from Mary. Now, hear me out on this. I think that what it was supposed to be is that these were supposed to be as just two pairs of legs put together. And they are obviously like, if I can assume, these are women's legs. Now, my idea is that what they are trying to represent is the objectification of like what James wanted, like in the purest primal sense of like, you know, just a sexual frustration. Because there is a scene in the game, it's especially very prevalent in the original.
My favorite scene, if it's
with
the one you're talking about.
Pyramid Head.
Oh yeah.
But oh, here, give me a sec. Let me.
Should have been me.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'll allow that. It doesn't bother me. That's fine. I don't know why like that word wouldn't be allowed. It's funny to me. But yeah, no. So the whole like that scene with Pyramid Head, it's when he shows up and he is doing something with 2 pairs of the legs. Something I don't want to say on Twitch. And you know, he then takes them away and there you go, right? So I do believe that that is what they're supposed to be, just an objectification. They are just, yes, the sacks. They are literally just supposed to be that. They are just supposed to be a pair of legs that, you know, can be done with. Now, I think where another part of it comes from, though, is the fact that, for one, they giggle, even though they don't have a mouth. We're just going to leave that there. They can giggle. But with them giggling like that, and then they can, like, hide, I think that that is also supposed to be a representation of, like, the feeling that you're not supposed to, like, feel this way. You know, that James feels like he's not supposed to feel this way. That the mannequins are hiding from him, trying to stay away from, like, the desires that he has. You know, or hide from at least the other monsters that have the same desires that James is projecting. You know, which is why they're always hiding, and they even can hide from you from the radio. So that's my theory, but if y'all have another one, love to hear it.
Well, I don't know, this is kind of, it's just what you said. However, yes, I do think it directly relates to James's desires, we will say. But notice how it doesn't have a face or anything resembling that whatsoever. He has, because that's not what he cares about. He doesn't care about anything but what he needs to use.
Yeah, it's hard
That's
to talk
all I got.
around it. Yeah, no, I agree completely. Doodle, do you have anything you would like to add?
No, I don't think so. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Okay.
But it is interesting that, you know, one side has feet and the other side don't have feet. Because I just assumed it would be like 4 pairs of feet.
Yeah. See, I did not notice that when I was playing. It was only like at one point when they jump out and kick you in the chest, they use the like not their legs, they use this part and they're just flat. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's not feet. I was like, what the what? So yeah, these are the defibrillator like legs, I call them. So if anybody has anything they want to add, if not, we can rate them.
Yeah.
All right.
Rate them.
Rate 'em.
0 out of 10. I hate them.
Aw.
Dang.
I'm gonna give them.
I have such a harsh grudge, and I'm extremely petty.
I'm gonna give them an 8 because they are scary.
They are extremely
they-
scary.
They pull it off really well in the game
They do.
by hiding and like blending in and sneaking.
I will say I do love them as a monster. I just hate what they did to me. 'Cause they were the one creature in the whole game, besides Pyramid Head, which messed up. It doesn't have the like, I don't have the part 1 where he shows up for the first time and you fight him. But they are the only monster that actually scared me enough to where I like was visibly like jumping and like screaming. So I'm just salty about them. Doodle.
I think I would give them a 7. I
Okay.
feel like they're kind of simple, but I think even without knowing any kind of backstory, you can kind of tell like something's not right about him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little sad, spooky.
Yeah. No, I can respect that. All right. Moving on. The Mandarin. You think this monster would make a good boss? Damn right I do. So, one thing about the Mandarin is that the Mandarin actually is different, very fundamentally different from Silent Hill 2 the original and Silent Hill 2 the remake. You see, in Silent Hill 2 the original, the Mandarin was always underneath the grating of like certain areas in the other world. They would hang underneath with the big fleshy lips you see right there on their hands, and they would sorry about that. They would protrude a tongue that would stab at James. They would scream and they would follow him. Now, my theory, putting out like the idea of what you can probably guess by looking at the hands and the face, putting that out of the picture for a moment. I think one thing about the Mandarin that I think it represents is I think it's representative of the last moments of hanging on to life. Now, I know it's a bit of a stretch. The reason why I say that is because when you see the Mandarin, it is always hanging over a bottomless pit. That's what it's doing. And if it let go for even a moment, it's gone forever. It is not going to be there anymore. So I think the Mandarin, personally, I think represents Mary more like in James's mind as like how long she held on to life. Now, I could be wrong about that, but again, this is just my opinion. I think that when she was holding on that long, when she stayed fighting the disease, when she stayed in the hospital, when she like did everything to just try and live another day, and all the pain that James saw her go through, but also all the pain she put James through by being there, by making him be the one that had to be there by her side, that he had to like help her, he had to change her, he had to like watch her deteriorate. It probably would have been a lot easier to just let go, but she didn't, because of all the like strength she had, which is why the Mandarin is seen as so strong, and I believe also why the Mandarin was made a boss in the remake.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't like how many lips it has.
it got 3. Got 3
Not a
sets.
fan.
Yeah, no. Trust me, I remember when I was playing through and people saw this thing for the first time. There was a few people like, wait, go back. What was that?
I swear.
I said, what? What was that? And I'm like, I'm not going back for that thing. But
I don't really have a lot to say about this one, to be honest.
okay. Doodle, you got anything you want to say from a fresh new pair of eyes point of view?
What that thing do?
Why did I think? Why did I think you weren't gonna go for the low hanging fruit?
What that mouth do?
Yeah,
Oh
what
my
the mouth
God.
do?
All right.
It's scary.
Oh, I think the idea to make it a boss was amazing. I think that was a great idea. I just want to add, because I think if my theory, like it goes along with my theory, just the idea of how scared I think James is of the like basically the tenacity that Mary had to hold on. So, I like that. Now, do y'all have anything else y'all want to add besides anything that has to do with the lips?
No.
No.
Alrighty. Let's rate it. I'm going to rate it. I'm going to rate this one about a 5 out of 10. Like, I'm going to rate the boss fight itself. I'm going to do 2 of them. The boss fight itself, I'm going to say was a 8 because it was amazing. It like caught me so off guard. If you go and watch the stream, I was so freaking scared because I didn't expect this. This wasn't in the original. Very scary. But as a character, just the Mandarin, I'm just going to give it a 5. It's a good creature, very scary, but I just feel like maybe a little too nuanced for me, if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like it could have been maybe a little bit more ham-fisted, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. It's getting a 2 from me. I feel like the design isn't very clear.
Yeah.
That's about it, honestly.
Doodle.
Yeah, I was gonna say like maybe a 4. I can't really tell what's going on,
Okay.
and that's it.
Alrighty. Moving on. The Flesh Lip, our first boss. Yes, we all know the joke. Don't take the low-hanging fruit. Hanging? Get it? Because it's hanging fruit. Never mind. So the Flesh Lip is found when you are talking to the little girl in I believe the hospital. Yes. I can't remember her name. My brain is not working. Does anybody remember the name of the little girl?
I feel like I could have said that
This game,
if you hadn't asked, you know?
Ah,
is it Scarlet or is that a different?
no,
logo?
that's a different game.
That's a different game.
Okay.
So, upon meeting a little girl in the hospital, you are tricked into going into a room and you get locked in, and this descends from the ceiling. One thing that you can see in the concept art, and you see it very vividly in the game itself, is that it has the same kind of lips as the Mandarin on its bottom, like right down here. How they did it. Also, I just want to say this: how they did all the boss fights in Silent Hill 2, the remake, chef's kiss, perfect, amazing, loved every single one of them. Can't even give any complaints about them. Now, the Flesh Lip, as I'm going to theorize, what it is supposed to represent is the pure disgust and turmoil that James had looking at Mary in the bed. I think that's what it was. Like, that's my theory, because it looks like it's in a bed frame. It is in a bed frame hanging from the ceiling, and it tries to find James. It like basically goes around the ceiling, and it tries to grab him with its legs to choke him. So I think the Flesh Lip was supposed to be like the epitome, the perfect representation, because it's also in a hospital, of all of the disgust and disdain he had for Mary and her sickness. I think that's what it was supposed to be, because it's just a mess. It's basically just a cancer. It is a cancer hanging in a bed frame from a ceiling. So I think that this is his disgust, maybe not towards Mary herself, but towards the disease. Like, this is the representation of the disease.
Yeah, that kind of tracks.
Right? Anybody have any other, like, you want to add anything to it?
No, I mean, I feel like you you really hit it with that one.
I feel like it sucks because I feel like since I'm always going first, I feel like I put out the most like basically just, yeah, look at this. This is what it is, sort of thing, like theory. And it's just like, yeah. It's like, wow, I should probably give y'all a chance to try and say something.
No, I'd be chattering too, but like,
before I grab the low-hanging fruit.
Listen, it's your stream. You get to take the lead. We're just going off of what you say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Can I get a
Yeah.
clip of that, please? Because it was in the last stream that I was like, I got what was it? Power word killed multiple times in Minecraft.
Yeah, but that's
well, it was my
Minecraft. That doesn't
Minecraft
count.
world,
Yeah.
Even though it's my
Doesn't count.
stream. But-
You wouldn't be streaming it without my Minecraft world, so I'm just saying mine trumps.
Just gonna drop that, huh? Okay,
Uh-huh.
okay.
You
but-
started this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway,
Doodle, what do you-
slash kill.
Yeah, I'm ending this.
I gotta make that a redeem. Like, it's just like a power word kill, and all it happens is my model just like blows up.
Has a little red flash and then falls over.
Yeah, it just gets back up. But all right. So Doodle, do you have anything you want to say about the flesh lip? The theories that you might have about it from a pair of fresh eyes.
I don't think so.
No?
I feel like this one's so like I guess simple in a way that it's hard
Mm-hmm.
to like add anything else.
Okay. All right. Well, if no one wants to add anything else, to rate this, I'm going to give this one a 4 out of 10. Like, it's like, again, I am separating the new boss fight that they added with it, because the new boss fight they added with it, this thing would have been way up there because it did so great. But just as a like creature itself, I'm giving it a 4. The reason being is because, again, it is very simplistic in my opinion, like especially for a boss. I feel like for a boss, you need to be big, you need to be scary, or you need to be like, even if you're not big, you need to be scary, you need to be threatening. Like Amnion was threatening, Amnion was scary, Asphyxia, scary, threatening, all of that. There's a reason why after this, in the original, this actually becomes a normal creature that you fight. Like, you find them randomly, like just hanging. So I'm going to stick with a 4 out of 10.
I'm gonna go with a 5. He's pretty middle ground for me, but he gets the point across.
Right.
That's all.
Okay.
It's just a thing.
Yeah. No.
You know, I don't
That's-
feel any particular way about him.
No, I understand. Doodle.
I think I would give it like a 3. It's kind of boring.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
Alrighty. Moving on. Abstract Daddy, otherwise known as the ideal father. That is not a joke, by the way. That is actually another term for it. I don't even want to make a joke. This is just gross. And if you know what this is, it's gross as hell. So, Doodle,
Cute.
so, this monster, this boss monster, is hands down one of the worst things I think I have ever seen in Silent Hill. And I don't think anybody's going to disagree with me on that one. Not worst as in bad, just worst as in holy shit. So, the Abstract Daddy is a monster that is not created by James's own psyche. It is, or at least it's not theorized that it is. This is a monster that is almost entirely created by someone else. Oh my, I've been remembering so many names lately, I can't remember her name.
Angela?
Angela, there we go. Angela, who is found in Silent Hill 2, is looking for her mother, her mama. She is a grown woman, and this is her monster. And this monster is meant to represent her father and her brother, who did things that I can't say on Twitch to her. And you can see, if you actually look at the picture, you can see there's a person on top and a person on the bottom, and they are covered in a sheet of skin. And yeah,
One of them is trapped inside of the sheet of skin.
yeah,
Like, one is apparently visible and the other is
yeah.
not so much.
There's a reason I put,
This
I
is
don't even want to
actually-
make a joke. This is just gross.
This is actually, in the remakes model, you can see more from below, and it's
Yeah, I didn't
more
want
gross.
to, I didn't want to put a picture of that. This is legitimately one of the times where, when I played this in the remake, I was so just upset and sad because Angela is my favorite character in Silent Hill 2, and this creature is so viscerally frightening and disgusting to me because of what it represents.
Yeah.
But I mean,
same.
it's what it's supposed to be. That is what it represents. There really isn't any room for maybe it represents this. Well, there is like one thing. There is like some people that apparently theorize that James, like this also has to do with James because sometimes he felt like I've heard some people say like what he wanted to do with Mary because it's in a bed and all that, but I don't believe that. I think
No.
it is just Angela. And yeah, it is not nice. So y'all have anything y'all want to say about it?
Not a lot because I don't like going into it, but I
Yeah.
will say, it gets its point across.
It does.
It
does
is a
very
very well made part of the game, like very well designed.
Yeah.
Like
agree.
I'll give it a 10 for its representation, but it's getting a 0 for how it makes me feel.
Exactly. I was gonna say, Doodle, do you have anything you'd like to say about this creature?
No.
Yeah. All right. So to rate it, I'm giving it a 9 out of 10. Like, because for representation and how it makes me feel, because I'm not basing it off of, oh, does it make me feel good? Silent Hill is supposed to make you feel bad. This creature does it so well, almost too well. But there is such a disgust in me every time I see it that I'm just like, ugh. I think that's what's keeping it from being a 10, because I feel like, in a way, how I've been saying this is how a creature should be made in Silent Hill. Like, this is how a boss should be. This is how a monster should be. This is how this should be. This, it did it. It hit the mark, but I think it just hit it way too well, because it is just like how y'all didn't want to look at Amnion. I'm just ready to go. Like, I hate looking at it.
I mean, like, the purpose of it was to be unsettling, though, so it did it.
Yeah. Hence the 9 for me. You gonna stick with
Yeah.
your 10 out of 10 for representation, 0 out of 10 for how it makes you feel?
Yeah.
Doodle?
I think because I never played the games, I would give this like a 3 because I couldn't tell what was going on. And then I didn't know what this was even about.
Ah.
So
If
I
I'm-
think
if I'm
just
gonna
because I had
be-
to be explained to, like, I just didn't get it
Yeah.
If
before.
I'm gonna be so for real with you, Beep did not pick the best pictures.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't.
hard to tell.
well,
It's just a mound.
I was gonna say Beep did that on purpose.
I
Yeah,
know, I
that's
know.
fair.
Yeah,
I can
was gonna
look
say
it up
Beep
later.
wasn't sitting here like, these are the best pictures. No, Beep was like,
Yeah, you probably didn't want to get the detailed ones.
no.
Yeah.
How about
Yeah.
this after stream? We can
Mhm.
talk about it. Well, I'll show you. So, moving on, thankfully. Pyramid Head, who's ready to get punished?
10.
Also, stop barking, chat.
Smash. Smash.
So, Pyramid Head, our boy, the guy that is in so many Silent Hill. When you think of Mr. Silent Hill, he walks into the room. So, Pyramid Head, in the first game that he appeared in, was Silent Hill 2. And as we said during the Homecoming Monster Talk, he is made to represent James's wish, or his want, his need to be punished for what he did. Which is why Pyramid Head is constantly in the game killing Maria. It is meant to be a punishment because of what James did, and he feels like he requires this punishment from this judge, this jury, and this executioner, all in one, carrying this heavy symbol of pain and judgment upon his head, and his weapon of judgment, the great sword, or the great knife, along with the spears. Now, Pyramid Head, I don't think there's really much else that needs to be said about him. In Silent Hill 2, there is a thing you can see in the top right where there are actually 2 Pyramid Heads. Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Nuts. The
Double
fandom
the
goes
fun.
wild. The fandom goes wild. There's gonna be barking in the streets when they figure out that you can have 2 Pyramid Heads.
Mhm.
But
That's just me and B.
Yeah, that's you two when y'all turn into pyramid heads.
Yeah, and then we're gonna like touch our little spear tips together.
I'm and then I'm guessing that's gonna be me. Like on the bed, I'm gonna be Maria. I'm gonna be the one that
Yeah.
has to sit there and just get stabbed.
Yeah, you're getting
Yeah,
stabbed.
yeah.
I kind of guessed that.
Easy.
Please
As a
stab me
little
quick.
treat.
Please stab me quickly. I don't want to hear the Taco Bell bonging.
Bong,
Bong,
Bong.
bong,
bong.
bong.
But there isn't really much else to be said about Pyramid Head that hasn't been said already. Obviously, his design in Silent Hill 2 is much different in comparison to in Silent Hill Homecoming and in a few other Silent Hills. But this is the original. This is the original Pyramid Head. He did like pass his judgment. And one thing I would like to add in Silent Hill 2, upon defeating both of the Pyramid Heads, which also, by the way, his name was not Pyramid Head in the beginning. It is Red Pyramid Thing, if I remember right. But I digress. Upon beating the two Pyramid Heads, you don't even kill them. They kill themselves. Because James just no longer needs them. James doesn't need to be punished. He's done. He's like, I know what I did. I fully accept it now. You've punished me enough. I'm going to move on. Depending on your ending, we'll see if he sticks to that. But is there anything y'all would like to say about Pyramid Head?
No, I'm having a good time looking at the pictures actually. So
I just
Yeah.
keep thinking about us putting our helmets together.
Okay. So B, you're an artist. At some point, if you ever feel like drawing basically that representation of Beep being held up like that, and then you two just doing the freaking Taco Bell bong headbutts together, I wouldn't turn it down to put it on the channel. Just a little comic.
Oh,
well,
you should make like little like anime like the blushing cheeks.
Oh god.
aw. I suppose I have time for that.
This is the Beep Up Love with Friends experience. Whenever this stream happens, I'm just held against my will and they bully me while just, I guess, casually flirting.
Yeah, we're in love and you're just there.
Mhm.
You have to witness.
But
I'm
oh,
just-
but if
I'm
I do
just
draw
there.
it, if I
on
do
my
draw
own
it,
channel.
it'll be after you debut your new model.
Woo.
Ooh.
That's
mhm.
right. And my debut is coming Saturday.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going to be fun. But is there
Mhm.
anything that y'all would like to add or say about Pyramid Head that isn't thirsty?
Oh, that isn't
Oh,
thirsty.
no.
That isn't thirsty. No thirst. Wow, I love how silent it got as soon as I said no
Yeah.
thirst. Okay. My hills are real silent.
Love that guy.
Yeah.
10.
All right. We'll rate him. I'm going to give
10.
him I'm going to give him a 9. I'm going to give him a 9 out of 10. No, you know what? I will actually go the extra mile. 10. I'll give him a 10.
Yeah.
Reason being,
Ooh.
I loved his representation in this game because they did him. I think this is exactly how he should be done because I love Homecoming. I love what they did with the Boogeyman, but how they did Pyramid Head with this representation was perfect because for
Yes.
one, there is something that if you notice, it's hard to tell with these graphics, but one of them is covered in red blood and the other one is covered in brown blood, meant to represent new pain and old pain.
Oh,
And-
also.
Yeah?
The repeated imagery of him as an executioner.
Mm-hmm.
Baller.
They, like I said, they did it for Silent Hill 2, I think is the perfect representation of Pyramid Head. The perfect one. Like, I don't think they've done it better yet. It feels like every other time he shows up, it's like, there he is, kinda. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. This one, I mean, he was made for this game,
Yeah.
so you'd hope it'd be the best, but it is. It is the best. Love
Yep.
him.
That's 10 out of 10 for across the board. And now, Mary. Well, we found her. So, Mary/Maria boss fight. The ending monster that you fight is your wife. You finally found her, and depending on the decisions you have made throughout the game, depending on what you say, what you do, what you choose to look at in your menu, everything leads up to this moment of how do you react. And I'm going to go based off of what I got as the ending, which was we finally confront this version of Mary, and it is not Mary. It is Maria. Maria, if you are able to move on, is the one who you must fight as the monster. Your final thing keeping you in Silent Hill. Because you wanted to find your wife for good reasons. If you're fighting Maria, if it's Mary, then you're fighting it for other reasons. But what this monster is supposed to represent is every feeling you have had about your wife up to this point. What her sickness did to her, the monster it turned her into. I mean, she even says in one of her letters, she said, "I'm sorry that you have to see the monster I have become." And that is what he sees. That is what James sees in the end, is this monster, this horrific creature bound to a bed covered in rust and spikes with moths floating around her as a symbol, to symbolize, as I would believe, to symbolize death and decay. Because the moths that ate, like the moths that eat at clothes, the death moth, all different kinds of moths are seen throughout the game. And this monster is the final bastion that keeps James from moving on. So, with that being said, would y'all like to add anything about it?
So, Jesus. I love the hallway leading up to the fight. How it's just a long, long thing and you have to listen.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good detail in the game. I liked the boss fight. As a final fight, it did feel just a little underwhelming.
True.
I will say that. And I like what it presents to you. I like how it ties everything together.
Mm-hmm.
But realistically, for a boss fight, I don't feel like there was a lot going on.
I can agree. I would also like to add, talking about the hallway, there is a added detail that I pointed out, which is after the Pyramid Head fight, when you are leaving, the next thing that you do is go to Mary or Maria, like for this fight. And as you do so, you run across you come across the monsters you've been fighting up to this point. The lying figure, the mannequin, all of them. And as you look upon them, they're not fighting anymore. They're not hurting you. They lay upon the ground and they don't move. I think even like one of them even looks like they're crying. And they're just, I think that was a great touch. Because they don't want to stop James anymore. They're not stopping him. They're not punishing him. They're like, yeah, it's time. Go ahead. And you go through the hallway and you find her. You found Mary. And I personally, like, one part about this boss fight, I didn't like the boss fight. I'll say that. I did not like the boss fight that much because it is, as B put it, quite underwhelming. It is quite underwhelming. But one thing that I do like is the ending. Not the ending of the game, but the ending of the fight when this monster collapsed onto the ground. In the voice and with the face of your wife, it can only say James. Almost like in a pleading tone, it sounds like. It just keeps whispering James over and over and over again. And the only thing you can do is put it out of its misery, just like James did to his wife. So,
Yeah.
Doodle, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So, with that being said, I think it's time that we rate the final boss of Silent Hill 2, and then we can go over the story real quick, and then I think that's where we'll wrap up the stream. So, in terms of a boss fight, it was a little underwhelming. I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. Because the boss fight wasn't that great. I do love the representation. It was a little on the nose, but it did get the point across. I'm going with a 5 out of 10.
I think it, because of what it is, and like the lead up to it was
Mhm.
very good. Like you said, all of the monsters just falling over and giving up,
Mm-hmm.
and then the long hallway. I think I'll give it like a 6, maybe a 7.
Okay. I can respect that. Doodle.
I'm giving her a 10. That's Mary.
It's Mary.
Come on, y'all.
Yeah.
We were trying to find her
Daddy.
all along and we found her. She looked just a little different.
Yeah.
Maybe a little sad,
Just a little sad, just a little
but it's
sad.
Mary.
Mary. So, with that, now I didn't go over, I did not add Eddie and I did not add, Angela. Reason being, I don't think they were monsters because for one, you don't fight Angela, but
You
you
do
fight
Eddie though.
Yeah, but Eddie's just a guy. He's not a monster, in my opinion.
White's
So,
the evil guy.
He is an
dare I
evil guy.
say
Okay,
it.
well, let's rate Eddie real quick because we know Eddie's whole thing. Like, I'll give a little, like, quick thing about Eddie. Eddie is constantly running from his own problems. He is running from everything. He is running from the police. He is running from a bully. He's running from everything. You come to find out that Eddie, who keeps trying to play the victim, has been on the run after kneecapping a football player who made fun of him for being fat, killing his dog, the football player's dog, and then running off when he thought that the police were going to find him. So he runs off to Silent Hill, and I think he does kill someone else. Or I think he kills someone. But he didn't kill the football player. I don't think he did. If I'm wrong, let me know. But in coming to Silent Hill, he starts to basically be punished for all of this. He starts to try and push blame on everyone else, getting mad if someone says anything to him he doesn't agree with. And then in the end, he comes to believe that James, the main character, is making fun of him, and he finally snaps, and he tries to kill James. And with that, he just dies.
Yep.
That's it. For
I
Eddie,
hate that guy and I hate that fight.
yeah. Rating him, I'll give Eddie a 6. I'll give him a 6. The only reason why is because for Eddie, I feel like he's really, like, interesting as a character if you didn't see it coming, Like, if you were sitting there and you're just like, you saw Eddie, and, like, all the times you see him, he just seems like a sad man. Just a really sad dude. And you're just like, oh, well, it kind of sucks. Maybe he deserves a break or something. And then, yeah. And you're like, oh, Eddie. Yamate. But
He gets a 1 from me.
a 1. Okay.
I do not like him.
Okay. And Doodle from my expert
So,
explanation.
yeah, I'm gonna give him a 10. That's Eddie.
Eddie! Oh my god.
That's my bestie.
That's Eddie.
He's your bestie? He pulled a gun on me.
And also relatable. I also pull a gun on you for fun.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Slay? Swear? Come over?
Hey, calm down, you two.
So-
This is
Someone
still
just sent me a video of a woman cleaning in high heels.
what?
Sorry.
Just-
She's like scrubbing like crazy with
It was
with
me.
these real high heels. I'm
What?
sorry, that's so off topic. I just got the message and I'm like mesmerized.
What?
Sorry.
Okay, fine.
Oh wait, I just looked up a picture of Eddie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm still giving him a 10. That's Eddie. Period.
I hate that guy. He
So
eats ice cream with his hands.
he do
Oh
be
my god,
eating
me
ice cream
too.
with his hand.
Relatable.
No.
I'm
Doodle.
Eddie.
He also hangs out with children.
Oh. Oh. Eddie. What the foot?
Doodle out here like, do I keep this going?
Eddie.
I'm gonna have to lower that to a 2.
Yeah, that's about right. So with all the monsters now explained, are theorized, and rated, we can go over very quickly what Silent Hill 2 is about. Because when actually boiled down to its bare bones, Silent Hill 2 is a game about 4 people. 4 people that come together and they all have their own like splitting branches of how they react to their own trauma. So the main one obviously is James. James is looking for Mary, his wife, who is dead. He doesn't she died of an illness, but apparently she's alive because she sent a letter. He comes visiting her, and he is just narrow-mindedly trying to find her. No matter what happens, no matter what evils he sees, no matter how many monsters he has to fight through, he keeps fighting to find her. So, we have James. We also have Angela. As we went over, Angela is a woman who seems to be very, very mentally unwell. She seems like almost repressive. She's constantly talking about looking for her mama. And she warns James not to go into Silent Hill. Then we find Eddie. As I said, we already went over Eddie, so there you go. And then we have the little girl, who I cannot remember her name. So, isn't it Laura?
Oh, Laura, yeah.
Yeah, Laura.
Yeah.
Then we have Laura, a little girl who shows up and is constantly bothering James, but she claims to know Mary. So, we go through each of their stories as James goes along, and we find out more and more. We already know Eddie's story. Then we learn about Angela. Angela, as explained during the Abstract Daddy or Ideal Father, was abused by her father and her brother, and her mother did nothing to like stop it. We find this out. And then upon lashing out, she decides that she still wants to go find her mama, and then she leaves. Eddie finally snaps, tries to kill us. He fails, and then he dies. We also meet Maria, who is a manifestation of James's, like basically everything he wished Mary to be. She dies a few times, and she keeps coming back. And depending on the ending, you either leave Silent Hill with her, or you just move on without her. Now, where Angela's story comes in, because that is the only story the only 2 stories left are Angela's and Laura's. Angela's story ends in one of the most heartbreaking cutscenes of my life. There are 2 cutscenes in this game that legitimately pulled on my heartstrings so taut. One of them is after defeating Abstract Daddy, Angela basically is convinced that James has only protected her so that he could sleep with her. And when he tries to tell her no, this is in the remake. If you ever watch this cutscene, it is very visceral. She starts to gag and cry and talk about how he can just take it just like they did. And it's very sad, very upsetting. But after she leaves, after that, going into her catatonic state, we find her later on standing in a hotel, gazing at 2 picture frames with human skin draped across them. As figures inside are headless and armless and legless, and she is looking upon them with a smile. These are meant to represent her father and her brother. Come to find out, before she came here, she killed both of them. She killed her father, she killed her brother, and she is trying to find her mother for an undisclosed reason. Either A, to kill her as well, or to just find someone who will actually love her. Angela has thought about suicide a few times, but she hasn't done it. And when finally confronted with it, James gives her, James is asked to give her the knife that she originally gave him. And he says no, and she just walks upstairs in this burning hotel room as the whole place lights on fire. James asks, tells her to be safe, or he tells her it's hot as hell in there. And she responds, "You can see it too. It's always like this for me." And so you get to see her mindset as she leaves and she dies. So finally, the last person besides James that we come to learn about is Laura, a little girl who apparently lived with Mary in the hospital for a good long while, and she wanted to adopt Laura. And what was supposed to happen was, after Mary died, she gave Laura a letter that she wanted her to be adopted by James so that they would have each other. And depending on your ending, we see what happens. But James, as said, different endings mean different things. James goes through this entire process trying to come to terms with the fact that in the end, spoiler alert for a 24-year-old game, he killed his wife. The meaning behind it all depends on the game's ending. Because in some endings, James did it because he was tired of her. He was tired of being with her. He was tired of having to take care of her. He couldn't stand to see the monster anymore that she had become. But there is also the other side, that he did it because he couldn't see her that way anymore, that he couldn't stand to watch her suffer, that he wanted to put her out of her misery, that she didn't have to waste away in pain. She could just go in his arms. I don't know if there is a canon ending. There is a few of them that it is theorized that this is a canon ending, but there's a bunch of ones that isn't. So it's up to you to decide, because the endings involve either A, James driving into the lake with Mary's body in the back seat, or him moving on with Maria and her getting sick, or him moving on with Laura and leaving Silent Hill behind to go raise her as his daughter. That is Silent Hill 2 in a TLDR to make it just a little bit more digestible. Is there anything y'all would want to add?
No, that's about it, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, you got it.
Yeah.
You explained
Yeah.
that stuff.
I tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
tried-
didn't even know.
I tried to be a little bit like, I tried to like get every last little like bit that I'm just like, okay, there's this, and this. So, with all that, that is Silent Hill 2. We have gone over the monsters. We have gone over all of the meanings that we think the monsters represent. We went over everything. And I think we had a good time. I had a good time doing it.
Yeah.
Me too.
I am looking forward to doing this again when we play through the next Silent Hill game. Because if y'all want to, make this a normal thing where we go over it. We can get a little bit more in detail next time. You know, talk about like the game itself, because we won't have to do 2 games this next time. We'll only have to do 1.
Mhm.
So,
We'll get there when we get there.
oh yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
Which one are you playing next? That's probably a dumb question.
I have no idea. There is a few
Oh,
of them. There
okay.
is 1, 3, a 4, Origins, Downpour, Shattered Memories,
Yes.
the new, the
The only
newest,
one I know.
the newest one coming out, Silent Hill F. There is another Silent Hill. I can't remember its name, but I know it didn't get like a lot of good reviews.
Downpour?
No, not Downpour. The
Downpour sucks.
yeah. Well, there was another one.
Disrespectfully.
Well, there was another one that apparently got worse reviews. It was like I think it was like you're in an apartment building, not 4, but it's like you're supposed to be in this like abandoned building and you're a teenager. It turns out like you did something bad and all that.
Oh.
Dude, trust me, I found this before and I was like, what the hell is this?
Was
I'll
that
have to
the room or whatever it was?
No, that's Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill
Yeah.
4 is the room. Trust me, I'll look it up and we'll talk about
She
it.
was like, yeah, 4.
Yeah, no,
Tommy was though.
not Tommy
room.
Wiseau. Is the new Joker. Ah. But so with all that being said, do y'all have anything y'all would like to say about Silent Hill? Any wrapping up ideas, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Doodle.
No,
Okay.
except that I can't wait for you to play Shattered Memories.
I'm excited to play through all of the Silent Hills. We'll make it that if like
Yeah, but
when I
what
play
about
through
Shattered Memories?
when I play through Shattered Memories, I'll let Doodle take the reins on the explanations and everything.
No, because I was a kid.
Yeah,
I
well,
played it.
yeah, and that'll be great. You'll be like, I remember this when I was eating
Yeah.
Cheetos.
True, there's like one scene that lives in my head. No, there's like two.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, with all that being said, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to my lovely co-hosts who were able to join me on this. That we were able to discuss, be nerds, talk about monsters, talk about Silent Hill. I thank you too. But I also want to thank everybody who listened, everybody who tuned in. Again, if you came in late, never worry, never fear. I will always be uploading these to YouTube. So, if you want to go over there and like catch up on anything, there you go. But I would also like to thank everyone who came in, who left a comment, anyone who talked, anyone who just came in for a moment. I want to thank you as well. And I also want to thank, if you're watching this on YouTube, I want to thank you as well for watching. And just a little news, this is the last stream. This should be the last stream of Bebop Love 1.0. The next time I stream, hopefully on Saturday, I will be doing my debut as Bebop Love 2.0. I'm hoping to make a good amount of changes, some fun changes, but I'm going to do my best, and I hope I get to see everybody there. I'm very excited. And now, with all of that being said, let's go do a raid. Who are we going to raid? Let's see. Ooh, we'll go raid Nasreen. Let's go bother her.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now the raid is starting. It will start in 8 seconds. But then it'll have to go for like a minute and 10 seconds, so.
A minute.
Yeah. So now,
Can't count
Le-
that high.
let's. Yeah, it's a minute and 10 seconds. Now we're going to do another lightning round.
Would not.
What's your favorite cereal?
Fruity Pebbles. What's y'all's
Oh yeah,
favorite
you like
cereals?
it soggy.
Oh yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I used to eat like a spoonful of Fruity Pebbles, and I would just like basically just suck on it in my mouth. It was like until all the milk was gone.
That's so wild.
That's me.
That reminds me of the pillow that they'd soak with milk and slap on stuff and then suck. Have you?
So what?
What
Have you
are you
seen that?
talking about?
Fucking what?
It was like a Hannah Montana pillow or something, and it was a popular post for a while that went around, and they'd fill the pillow with milk and suck on it, and then they'd slap it on the wall.
What?
I've never seen that.
Yeah, me
Anyway,
neither.
it's just like that. You are the
That's
Hannah
your
Montana
favorite
pillow.
cereal?
You know, we got 8 seconds left, so thank you.
Oh, mine's cinnamon
everyone.
life cereal with blueberries.
Okay, bye.
I see it.